Yo, 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 yo. What's up, everybody? What's up? How we doing today? Sorry I'm so late, but we had to take our dogs to the vet because we need to get their shots updated for the dog sitter. Yeah, no, they just had to get their re-up shots. Yeah, it was fine. It's super fucking rainy out, dude. Super rainy. It was like a goddamn monsoon out there, man. Crazy. It was hectic sitting in the passenger seat. I don't care who's driving. Oh my god. What the fuck? That should not be doing that. Why are you making noises? I turned this off years ago.
Hey, Macarena.
Much witness out today.
Okay.
Eat my asshole.
No sounds.
Pierce titties
No
taste
sounds.
like house keys. And there's no place like home.
There. No sounds. Thank you. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, Scott, send me another message. Just to see
Thank you for your money, though.
if I have the
I do
sound turned
appreciate
off
your
this
money.
time.
I want a new bit badge.
You want a new bit badge? Well, there you go. You got it. I think. Holy fucking shit. That's a big bit badge. That is a big old bitty bits. Anyways. What's up, everybody? We got a couple of streams left before I leave for vacation to Washington State. So we're going to do one today and a half one tomorrow. And then I'll be out. Dog's doing good. Yes, dog's doing fine. It was just a re-up of their, like, they needed their lepto booster, their barotrauma booster, their DAP. They had to DAP it up. Their rabies was fine because that's a 3 or 4 year thing. So the rabies were fine. But yeah, they had to get all their shoddy shots before we kennel them up tomorrow. Or kennel them up. I mean, we're sending them to a pet vacation spot. So they'll have fun. They'll do great. Was it Washington State known for its as a holiday? Oh, what is Washington State known for as a holiday destination? Oh, they got the coast, they got islands, they've got rain and mountains and trees and rain and Seattle and rain. Like, they got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. No, we're visiting Katie's parents. That's the whole reason why we're going there. We're visiting Katie's parents and her sister, their family. So, okay, good. We shut off the notification. God, why is... Oh, I know why. I redid my password. There we go. Fuck it. Everything's so tiny. Anyways, yeah, so we're going to play some High on Life 2 for a couple of hours, and then Max is going to come over. Not come over. He's going to get on the Discords, and we're going to fling some plastic at some chains and stuff. Are you closing on your house before you leave? Funny you should mention that. They fucking filed for an extension. They filed for an extension on closing, and I don't know why. I mean, the thing is, like, their loan is locked in. They already have the loan locked in. So there's almost no way they can back out of this. But I'm not sure. Yeah, they sent my realtor sent an email to find out exactly why, but we don't know 100% yet. Okay. It must not. Yeah, it must not be just not liquid enough right now. I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what 5 extra days is gonna do. But like I said, yeah, it's 5 extra days. So now it's bumped up to the 21st. So like I'm not sure what it's gonna do. But like I said, I am not counting my house sold until I get the money in my account. Until I get the money from the sale, I am not counting it done at all. So, when are you leaving for Burning Man? Not till the end of August. Got a good month and a half before that's going on. So, KCI 83, thank you for the 17 months. Pete, thank you for the bits. Slash, thank you for the bits. Spencer, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, we signed it already and everything. Like, I signed the papers saying, like, I'm selling it. Yep. Like, I don't think I have to sign anything else. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Still not out of the woods yet. But we are out of the woods with the dogs. Because, man, I fucked up. I fucked up pretty bad. I didn't realize that a couple of our vaccines had lapsed. And of course, the place is going to ask about them. So we were like scrambling yesterday to find or this morning actually. So, Katie got up at like 7 a.m. and was just on the horn. Within a half an hour, she's like, yep, got a vet appointment, 11 o'clock, let's go. I was like, fucking, let's do it. Cool. So we drove all the way to the vet, got all the shots we needed, brought him back, sent him to the doggy daycare. And they're like, okay, but there's one missing. And I'm like, there's none missing. There's none missing. Don't tell me there's one missing. There's none missing. And she's like, well, this one looks weird. I'm like, okay, what do we do about that? She's like, well, yeah, maybe I'll just pop a quick call over to the vet to confirm. I'm like, you can fucking do that? Yes, please call the vet. So she called the vet and she was like, oh, okay. And texted us back like, oh, everything's cool. We'll see you tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Was it expensive? Yeah. It wasn't cheap. I'll just tell you that much. It was a full-on like exam and they did all the shots and they did all the, the boosters and all that shit. And yeah, I'm not going to say it was $1,400, but it might have been $1,400. Good Lord. Yeah, but we did everything. So we don't have to do that for a long time now. Like, we don't have to go back to the vet for like a year, which is good. No, and the rest of the stuff is just maintenance because we had to just get all the stuff taken care of, and now it's just upkeep. So it's gonna be like every time we have to go back to the vet, it's gonna be like maybe a couple hundred per visit, like just to re-up the rabies, re-up the DAP, re-up this, re-up that. But we've got it on a schedule now, so we're good. We're good. Which dog is the biggest wuss? Oh, Trick by far. Trick is the biggest wuss. They're 6 years old and he still whines like a fucking puppy. Bark, 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 bark. Fucking little baby, dude. Lilith is a stud. She just takes it. She's fine with it. She's cool. She'll bark at when someone walks in the room, she'll bark a couple times to let everybody know, like, there's someone here. There is someone here. But that's it. He just whines the whole time. And I don't know why. Band Geek Tangus, thank you for the 17 months. My pet tortoise got mugged by 3 snails. When he was interviewed by the police, he said, I don't know, it happened so fast. Nice. Yeah. No, Lil's got no time for no nonsense. Yeah, they're male and female. The male is the bitch. I mean, not literally, obviously, but he's definitely a whiny, anxiety-ridden guy. But the thing is, he's not scared. because his tail is up and wagging the whole time. So his tail is up and wagging, but he's going. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." So he's not like fearing. He's just, I guess, anxious, nervous, excited. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know. No, as far as I know, like the groomers that they're, I asked them every time, like, were they nightmares? Like, no, they're perfectly fine. They're perfectly fine. Because once they get calmed down, they're fine. Usually. Especially Lil. Don't know, man. Don't know. Praxis, thank you for the 37 months. The police knocked on my door to tell me my dog was chasing a kid on a bike. I didn't even know my dog had a bike. Okay, that's good. Oldie but a goodie. It's an old joke, but I was about to let them through. Pariah Paladin, thank you for the 111th birthday. Coder Dozer with 5 years as well. Thank you, Coder Dozer. All right, you guys ready to get high? Are you ready to get high? Let's do it. Congratulations on not being a voice actor in Emberville. Oh, the voice cast reveal? Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's get going. Yeah, no, I'm not in Emberville. Not saying it would have been nice to be asked, but it would have been nice to be asked. I'm not saying, you know, it could have been asked, but it wasn't. He who fights monsters with 10 months. Thank you very much. Also, Negritis with 106. Have you heard the good news? Emberville has an EA release date. Oh, it does. Oh, good. Oh, use the RV to get, to explore or get some sleep upstairs. Let's get some sleep. Let's do a mission.
You better have some snacks when I get there.
Can you do an impression of Ko being a dev and a streamer? You bet I can. Ready? Here you go. It's pretty good.
Hi, my name is Kokon. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
Pretty good, right?
When does Zekeville go in EA? I would wish list that game.
Zekeville. Zekeville has a nice ring to it. Do I even have any money? How much money do I have?
Well, 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 if it
Oh,
isn't
okay.
my least favorite customer.
No, those are just skins. I want something that's actually... Sure.
Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
I'll buy the health upgrade.
Oh, that's a real nice aquarium. Maybe we can do a lot with that. Maybe we can fill it up. Yeah, let's try filling it up somehow with like fish or something. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what the mechanic is. I don't care. I don't care actually. It's a cool aquarium.
Fucking asshole. Oh, he's watching the movie. Look at him. He's watching the movie.
That's right.
Oh, do you have to go to the
You didn't know
movies
that, did you?
in order for it to get to play on your TV?
How old I get it to be?
Probably. Can we watch the movie? Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. Instead of actually doing a stream, we'll just watch a movie with the fucking Red Letter Media guys. Just chill. Let them make the funnies.
There's a distraction. The concentration has moved to ringside. It's LJN's electronic concentration. Like the card game, it's a game of matching numbers. The digital readout reveals the numbers and keeps score as well. Find the matching numbers and score points. The electronic...
Oh, I'm still wearing the Prince outfit. I didn't realize.
Introducing the ultimate game on planet Earth. Photon.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Now you can hear and
Hey, don't look at me.
Oh, good. There you are. Mom
Yep.
called. You need to go pick Jeppy up from the monorail station.
Who's Jeppy?
Jesus, you didn't even tell Jean about Jeppy? Wait, you do know about Jeppy, right? Oh my god.
No.
You really were off in your own little world, weren't you?
Fuck is Jeppy?
Well, Mom and Let's Do It got a little serious and
Oh my
just
God.
go to the monorail station, okay? It's about time you met your half-brother.
You heard the lady. But before you get going, Job says he's got a
God.
new upgrade for you in
Have a
stock.
half-brother.
Air Dash unit. That's one of the best ones. No offense, but you'll need all the help you can get. Go hit him up.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine. That's probably a good idea.
Okay.
But make it quick.
Okay, I will.
Huh?
Okay.
You really don't have enough money? I guess I'll lend you some more.
Oh.
But, don't make a habit out of
Oh,
this.
nice. Okay. So I'm glad I spent the money on the other shit before that. Okay, so it was 800.
You're the one asking stupid questions.
I'm not doing this.
Why don't you give that thing a break? Aren't you gonna wear the batteries down or something?
Maybe it is time to get out of here.
Hello and welcome to Jorbs. Got a new upgrade for ya. It's a good one. Air Dash Drive. All sales final, bye.
Good. You're all set then? You should head out. Don't keep Jeppy waiting. He's your
Ah.
half-brother.
Should be fine for you to pop down to the ring for a bit while we prep your next missions. Just
Okay.
be careful. Remember, you've got a bounty on your head.
What are we doing fucking around here for? Let's go get your half-brother Jeppy. All right, fuck off now. I'm done with talking.
You're done? Good, get lost.
Okay. Oh, they won't let me do the crane machine? Oh, fuck you.
You're back. You better buy something. What do you need now? The pain in my ass returns. Hurry up and buy some shit. I really gotta get some AI robot to handle customers like you.
Okay.
Good, you're leaving. I'll get my disinfectant spray.
Oh, everybody's upstairs. Okay. I guess I'll go. Oh, you got to do pesos for the crane game. I didn't realize.
And you must
Again, I ask that you forgive Lizzie for her harsh demeanour. Family is very important to her, and that includes you. Jeff is actually a very sweet boy. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times now. You'll like him.
Meeting or meeting
Lizzie
him?
actually talks to your mother a couple of times a day. I really admire her family values. Lizzie, she's very... Never mind.
take care of the
Oh, do you need something else?
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, bye, I guess.
So what? What, have you just been ignoring Mom's phone calls for the past few years? Being rich and famous really turned you into an asshole. You know that?
I'll stay
Shut
out of
up.
this family thing. Not really my business.
I can't believe Mom's making us watch Jeppy. It's like, doesn't she realize how dangerous this is? It is just like her. You know, I'm allowed to complain about Mom, because I still talk to her on the goddamn phone like a proper loving child. Just be quick picking up Jeppy, okay? Get him back here safely.
You're gonna like Jeppy a lot. Trust me.
You think?
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
He's half human, half Gatlian. I'm excited to see what that looks like. Okay. Is that where? Yeah, that's where I gotta go, right? Yeah. Pretty sure? Do we ever even see your character in the game? No, we don't, except the one I drew of myself.
All right, Jeppy's getting dropped off at the monorail station. Marked the waypoint for you.
Okay.
Mom says she asked Creature to chaperone him, so tell him I said hi.
Creature, another member of your old party, I presume.
Aw, I'm jealous you'll get to see Creature. I guess most of his kids are grown up already. It's advanced aging or whatever. I don't know. They all moved out, so he's got a lot of free time to babysit Jeppy.
We're approaching the monorail station. Keep a lookout for your half-brother.
Oh, I should probably mention. don't be alarmed when you see Jeppy. He is kind of, well, when I say half-brother, you'll see.
Okay. Jeppy? Jeppy? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, there he is. Yep.
Oh, hey guys, it's me, Creature from the first game. Remember me?
Greetings, Mr. Creature.
Got your little half-brother Jeppy here. Good kid.
Your brother appears to be half gone. Seems obvious in retrospect.
Jeppy! Jeppy!
I think he only says his own name. I'm not sure if that's a brain problem.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jeppy, Jeppy! Oh, sure, buddy. Whatever you want.
Hey there, Pseudo here. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm picking up a really weird reading on our radar.
Yeah.
So I finally tracked you down.
Jeppy, you gotta let go!
I've been waiting a long time to kill you.
Oh, fuck, another bounty hunter?
No, this isn't about your bounty. It's personal. You ruined my life. You took everything from me.
Okay, seriously, are we supposed to know who you are?
Yeah, of course you don't remember me. That's the whole fucking problem.
MODOK?
You don't even seem to realize I've been gone.
Is that you?
Do you have any idea how much that hurts? I gave up everything for you. Everything!
Oh, God, it's gotta be a first game cameo.
The way things were. And you...
Gotta be,
you're
right?
acting like nothing even happened. Living it up like usual. Blasting away bad guys. Laughing away with that goddamn imposter. I've dragged this out long enough. It's time for my revenge!
Jeppy! You saved us!
I should have known. You always have strong allies. God damn it. Next time, I won't falter.
Okay, that was pretty weird, huh?
Hey, is everyone okay? I lost signal there for a minute.
Yeah, we're okay. Just got attacked by another bounty hunter, I think. Jeppy! Jeppy! Jeppy!
Oh, good. You got Jeppy. Bring him back here, safely. I'll talk to you soon. Over and out.
Jeppy!
I think he wants upsies.
Jesus.
Jeppy.
Oh, God, no. No!
Jeppy? To Jeppy.
What does the child mean to communicate?
Fucking hate it
He's
so
asking
much.
if I'm gonna come along too. Oh, no way, Jeppy. What? Are you stupid? They're too busy with their own adventure now. They don't need a fucking dumbass like me.
Enough, Yellow Man. Just come with us. You seem like you'd be of use to us, and we need any help we can get.
Nah. We don't need Creature. We're fine. Oh, I guess we gotta pick him up. All right. Creature's back.
Oh, thank God! I missed you guys so much. Things got dark for me. My kids grew up way faster than you think. And then they all left me. And now I literally don't do anything. But it's okay, I can still make new ones. Look! So being on the team makes me a wanted criminal now, right? That's fine. Come on, Jeppy,
Right.
let's go.
You
Into
shoot
your
his
portal
children
ball.
at people.
Oh, Jeppy! Jeppy!
He likes going inside his little porta ball. It shrinks him down. He's got a lot of room in there. It's nice, like a Pokeball. I won't listen to you. I won't.
Okay. Fucking hell, dude.
See, he loves it.
Uh-oh, I think you attracted some attention.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Creature! Why don't you shake off the dust and kick these guys' asses?
You got it, voice in my head. Joe loves chasing a laser. You do. See you later. Chase the laser, kids. Get it.
Eat this!
You see that?
Dodge this!
Yeah, follow the laser, guys!
Whoa, look at that! Your half-brother's getting really excited. You keep revving him up like that and he might just pop. And guess what? That could come in handy. I'm gonna install a little Jeppy excitement tracker widget here, and every time you kill someone or get beat up or do a cool skateboard trick, Jeppy's gonna get more and more excited. And when he's at his limit, you go ahead and toss out his portable and let him blow off some steam. It'll be great, really useful.
Oh, hey, I forgot to tell you, you can charge me up now, and I can launch out one of my blue kids extra fast. It'll hit the bad guys hard as hell. Try it. There we go. See how fast I launched him out of there? He was flying. That kid's fast. That was satisfying.
Your luck just ran out!
Do something.
We always finish.
Go, kids, you got this.
You're on the wrong side of history, pal.
This is good for my kids. They need the exercise.
Is Jeppy doing stuff? I don't even see it.
Everything all wrapped up with a bow over there?
Looks like there's still a force field up. See if there's a way out.
I'm sorry, I just don't feel the same way.
No way through, huh?
Oh, I can help with this. Use my little guys. They can get all up in the... Oh, look, there he goes. He's gonna do it. Ah, there we go. Good work, little fellas.
Just shooting his children at everything.
Ah,
That's great.
The controls on the other side of the force field. Oh, wait. I'm a fucking idiot. Just shoot one of my little babies in that tube, then use this laser pointer I bought to guide them into the control. It was $6. It's very stimulating for them. My kids are... They did it! I'm so proud! Remember how we can mind control people when you shoot my special kids at them? We should do that. That's fun. They're mind controlled now. Bet they hate that. Now make them run around and beat up their friends. Attack it! Cool.
Okay. I like this gun. This is a good gun. Oh!
Area cleared. Everyone okay?
Like that they got little butt cheeks.
So much fun.
Oh my god, creature! You're back!
Yeah, I'm back. What are we doing? We're criminals now, but in a good way?
That's basically it. Yeah. Really glad to have you on board, man. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. I missed everyone a lot, so I'm fine being a wanted criminal just to be part of the crew again.
All right. Well, just come on back to quarters whenever you're ready.
Okay, see you soon.
All right.
You there. Please, allow me to show you something you've never seen before.
One last time.
Ah, what a surprise. You've returned
The
for another
button
ethical
guy.
dilemma. Here again is the box. Should you press the button, someone random will die, as always.
As always.
But this time, you will receive 10 million pesos. What do you think?
I'm skeptical. The last time we played your little game, one of us died.
The choice remains yours. Press the button.
Of course.
For 10 million
Of course I'm
pesos,
pressing the button. Are you kidding?
And let someone die.
And it's gonna be him, isn't it?
Or simply walk away.
I don't know. This button thing is really dangerous. But I also want to be rich. Press the button!
Okay, here's 10 million pesos. And now, somebody will... Oh!
Hey, where's my pesos?
Hello? Box guy?
Yeah.
Aw, damn it.
Damn
I
it.
don't think we're getting our money.
Okay, he seems dead. He seems pretty dead. Damn it. Well, I guess we'll have
that was really it. Well, shit.
Agreed.
It's pretty weird being the bad guys this time around, isn't it? I mean, I know we're not really the bad guys, but you know, I just hope we're doing the right thing. I hope everyone understands why we're doing this. I'm sure they will.
I'm sure.
Happy to help however I'm needed.
Check his ass.
Crap, I just started a movie. I'll be right there.
Ow! We just have to learn to move on from this.
Yeah, 10 million pesos is $575,000 USD. Nice. I did not know that. Still a hefty chunk of change. Oh yeah, they got rid of the Justin Roiland everything in this.
Drop that Jorbs, you dingus.
I don't have any money.
Oh, Jeppy! You're safe!
Jeppy!
This is my half brother.
That got rough. Glad you made it out of there alive. Who was that guy?
Who cares? Just another bounty hunter targeting the wrong criminals. This whole system is fucked. That is why we do what we do. Are you okay, little guy?
Jeppy.
You're pretty strong, Jeppy. Chip off the old block, huh?
Jeppy!
All right, enough with the happy, nice crap. The big Rhea Pharma court hearing is coming up quick, so we're running out of time. Still have no clues as to the whereabouts or identity of the CEO, but I did get some fresh intel on a promising new target. Take a look at the Bounty 95 in the RV when you're ready.
I've got something for you, too.
Okay.
I put it in the Bounty 95, but it's not really a mission, so to speak. But it's still important.
Okay. Wait, there's a fishing rod? I didn't even know there was a fishing rod. Not enough gun.
Thanks for keeping Jeppy safe. He's a good kid. Hopefully he doesn't end up like...
So yes, I
either
missed
of
it, I
us.
guess.
Look, if we all stop Rhea Pharma, he'll be able to live a happy, safe life. That's what's important. So, getting on without old Harper here. I bet you're doing fine. I'm sorry I asked. I wasn't trying to be rude.
36 hours.
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
His daughter.
So, your half-brother is half Gatlian? He's kind of cute, not gonna lie. And I bet he's packing some firepower, too. He could come in handy on missions. Hope your parents don't mind us roping him into our, makeshift terrorist cell. I'm sure it's totally safe to bring Jeppy with you on missions. If he dies, you're probably about to die, too, so it's not like you have to worry about your mom getting mad at you.
True.
Yeah. We're lucky to have Creature back in the mix, too. I just, hope he understands what he's getting himself into. You wanna talk some more?
Okay.
Sorry.
Rude.
Jeppy! 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 Jeppy!
Okay. All right, fine.
I'm very grateful for Jeppy's safe return. You're a good sibling. I'm sure Jeppy and
Jeppy?
Lizzie would agree. Oh, do you need something else? Oh, never mind then.
It's great to have Creature back in the mix. I love that guy. Is he dumber than I remember? It's been great, but I think I need some time alone now.
Well, if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Make gravity your sub and walk all over magnetized surfaces with these bad boys. Up, down, sideways, all fine. Actually, I don't know if you can go upside down anywhere in the game. Fuck, all right. Shield tank upgrade, health tank upgrade. Okay. I'll come back for those mag boots.
You better not like Jeppy more than me. Remember, I'm the cutest, best character. Me, Knifey. All right, fuck off now. I'm done with talking.
A Gatlian human hybrid. How disturbing. Life constantly finds new and exciting ways to horrify me. It's been a pleasure, believe me, but I'd like a...
Good, you're leaving.
Never mind
I'll
then.
get my disinfectant spray.
What the fuck? Oh, it's his babies. Oh, there he is. Okay.
It's so nice to be back. Being a dad was fun, but I'm done with it now. I'm a criminal. Oh, you want to talk more? Hold on. I think I... Nope, sorry. Brain's done talking. Sorry, I think I'm done talking. Sure, walk away.
Yeah, I bet we're gonna find some fish to put in here. I don't know, why else the fuck would this thing be here? Why else would there be an aquarium in the game if we can't put fish in it?
I love it's a fucking joke to him. It's so good. How the fuck else will there be a fucking aquarium here? Yo, Vince giving a sub to Rerun Central. Oh, it's about to be. Oh, it's about to be. These next couple of months are going to be rerun heavy. And you guys are going to love it, I'm sure. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to talk to you.
I'll tell you something. I think it's really neat that you've got a half Gatlian brother. That's really progressive of you. My parents would probably shoot him on sight. Sorry. I'm sort of running out of things to say. Wait, don't just walk away. That's rude.
Fuck you, dude. James Stevenson. Dinner with mom. Oh, I gotta do dinner with mom.
So, it's not just Jeppy. Mom's in town too. I know. I tried to explain to her that we're wanted criminals and it's super dangerous to come see us, but...
Let's do
you know,
it!
Mom, she wants us all to get dinner together as a family, so I made plans for us to eat at Space Forest Cafe. I don't know about you, but I could use a break from all this corporate terrorism. Might be nice to just get together as a family, like normal for once. I'll tell Mom to meet us at the Space Forest Cafe whenever you're ready. All right, you're good to go. Head out as soon as you can.
All right, time for family dinner with mom. This is gonna be good. Yes, we are going to the burn this year, Shammy Jeff. We are indeed.
Sorry I had to drop you off this far from the restaurant. Traffic's real bad over there. Plus, I figured you would enjoy the walk. Enjoy the Space Forest Cafe. Thanks for the invite.
Hey, you're getting a phone call from your mommy. I'm gonna go ahead and patch that through for you.
Hi, honey. We just got here. Where are you? Do you need any help finding the place? Your sister took us through the sewers near the Riverwalk area. It was very exciting.
Yes, sorry. There's some police activity on the main path. You're gonna have to take the sewer route too.
It was so colorful. You two are living such interesting lives.
Just for real?
Hey, my kids can help shut off this force field. If there wasn't a bunch of shit blocking the controls.
Yeah. Zeke, what question do you think gets asked the most in your channel? How you liking the game? By far. Not even close. So, how you liking it? How you liking the game? Oh, it is a long drive to the burn. Yeah, it's 26 hours-ish. I would have said, is this a rerun? Actually, not as much. Oh, okay.
I assume supercharged crystals can hit all kinds of switches and bullshit on the other side of that glass. That'll clear the path for Creature's kid.
God damn it, dude. Oh, gotta hit the egg. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Where's the egg for this one? Oh, is that up here? No. Oh, there we go. Okay. There you go.
Oh,
Bingo.
wow, my kid solved the weird deadly maze!
How much do you dislike this game? No, I don't dislike this game. I like this game. How much do I not dislike this game? A lot. What's the most dangerous C in the world? Hepatitis C. I don't know if that's claimed more than an actual C, though. You think? I think hepatitis C has claimed more lives than an actual C? Than, like, I don't know, the Bering Sea or something like that?
Are you at the
Oh,
sewer
democracy.
cabinet? Pay attention, honey. Lesduett's trying to talk to you. I gotta go.
I trained my little kiddos to open up sewer grates. They're so good at it. There we go. Now we have to go into sewer. Have we done that before? I can't remember. Who cares?
Oh, god damn it. Come on.
Hey, it's me, Pseudo, your friend from inside your suit. I'm receiving a call from someone named Jan. Should I answer?
Don't answer. Do not answer.
Travis, I know you're there. I had my private investigator track you down. You can't run from this, you know. Sinking a whole cruise ship just to dodge these process
God
servers.
damn it.
Seriously, Travis? Where was this passion when we were together, huh? I know you killed that billionaire. You think I don't know these things? Don't think this behavior is gonna tip me back, because it's not. No way. Not gonna work.
Well, fuck you,
Suddenly
dude.
you think you're a bad boy, huh? Do I think it's hot that you're running around the galaxy with a bunch of cut-up rogues? Yes! Of course I do. I'm not fucking blind, Travis. But it's not gonna work on me. This is happening, you pathetic worm. D-I-V-O-R-C-E. Spell it out, fucker. I'm coming for you. You can't hide. This marriage
Are you fucking, what the fuck, dude?
But I like the chase. See you soon.
Awkward. Well, can't wait to meet your family, human. Space Forest Cafe, wow. Never been before. I bet it's cool.
Just remember,
for the next time so I don't have to keep repeating and explaining myself. You got it, man.
Oh, the 10-second timer. And more people have died as hepatitis C than NSC. Globally, hepatitis C currently kills hundreds of thousands of people every year. In contrast, all maritime accidents and disasters combined, while tragic, result in a much smaller total death toll. Okay, okay. Thank you for that very lengthy and informative answer.
Command sweep.
Ugh, it stinks in here. How much longer?
Okay. Oh, God.
Seriously, why are we spending so much time in the sewer? Is this really the only way to Space Forest Cafe?
I don't know. Seems like it. I would have liked to see Mom do this. How did she get to the Space Forest Cafe?
Whoa, did you see that?
Hey there, Pseudo again. I just picked up the signal of that mysterious bounty hunter who attacked you when you were picking up Jeppy. They're keeping their distance, but, you know, stay on guard. They could attack at any moment. Whoop, never mind, ignore that. I got another phone call from your mommy.
Honey, they just seated us. Where are you? Did you get lost in the sewers? Just tell me where you are. And chill, Mom. They're almost here. Right, guys?
Yep, I'm almost there. Get on out of your seat. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. Oh, okay. Just double jump over, no problem. I thought it was gonna be harder than that.
No, slow down! Don't ever slow down! Hey, we haven't been back here since saving Lizzie.
All right, yeah. Zoo gift area.
Hello there. Welcome to Circuit Arcadia Zoo.
Okay. Yeah, it's the Rainforest Cafe. Yes, exactly.
Heads up, dipshit. Security's all grouped together there.
I'm detecting a network-connected wanted poster in the area. Good guys use them as an alert system if a wanted criminal is nearby, so be careful.
They're sending in more good guys. Better get stabbing.
I promise again. My trick hole's ready to blow.
I heard you cheated on that wipeout. Knock it off.
Oh.
All right, no more good guys detected. Now let's take down that wanted poster.
Yeah, rip that shit up.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of those wanted posters all around Circuit Arcadia. Keep an eye out. You're gonna have to steer clear or rip them up if you want to walk peacefully around here.
Okay. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Okay, looks like this is the right way.
That was amazing.
Did I just fucking miss it? Oh, it's inside the fucking zoo, of course. Dipshit.
It's zoo time. Hello, hello.
There it is.
That's tugging on my nerve endings.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Space Force Cafe. Oh, are you with the family carrying the other talking guns? Your party is just ahead. Enjoy the Space Force Cafe and be sure to book your next event here.
Okay.
They're waiting for you in the other room. Good luck on your Space Force dining adventure.
Hey, look, Pseudo. An aquarium with fish in it.
Let's do it, sweetie. Try to stay awake.
Let's do it.
Is he okay?
I think he's just getting up there in age. You know, I think it's dignified.
Mom.
What? I'm not allowed to talk about my partner? He and I are very happy together.
Yo,
I know.
Vince giving his son to Mia Khalifa.
He's lived a long life. He's earned
Let's
his
do
rest, and I
it.
love taking care of him. You know, he was a big war hero on, what is their planet called? Gunless?
Gatless, Mom. I've actually known Les do it longer than you, if you remember.
I would like for you to start calling him New Dad, if you don't mind.
Let's do it.
I just told her, sweetie.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my baby.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Hey, guys. Well, sit down, honey. Me and Liz are so glad you could make it.
Let's do it.
There he is.
Go on, honey. Take a seat.
Okay. I'll take a seat and have dinner with Mom
Thank you for coming,
and
dear.
new dad.
Aw, hello, Jeffy. Isn't this nice? It's been so long since we all had a big family dinner together.
Yeah,
Not my real dad. Let's do
I
it.
don't want to talk about your father right now. Let's just enjoy this.
Let's do it.
That's very sweet of you to say, Les.
Let's do it.
Great idea, Les. Of course we can order family style. I think that would mean a lot to everyone here.
It's okay, Lizzie. Deep breaths. Come on.
Why don't you just start us off with an appetizer, okay? Pick whatever you want, honey. Let's do it as
I'm going to
pancakes.
fill up on bread. Korean fried chicken lettuce wraps, chicken quesadillas, mozzarella flatbread with arugula, shrimp scampi flatbread. Fuck yeah.
Shrimp scampi flatbread.
Should we add the side of pork spare ribs? You look so thin lately, honey. I'm going to add them. So, the reason Les and I wanted you both here tonight is because Les wanted to get your approval before he asks for my hand in marriage.
Let's do it.
What the fuck? How hungry are you?
Slow down, honey. You're going to spoil your appetite. Anyway.
Oh my God, you already have a kid together. Do whatever you want.
That's very sweet of you, Lizzie.
There's
How do
Jeppy
you feel
running
about this,
around.
hon?
Oh, let's ask him about marriage.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Who's marrying me?
No, I'm marrying Les Dewitt.
Oh, I love that guy. I'm so happy for you. And before you ask, yes, you may adopt me.
Oh, we'll consider it. Truthfully, dealing with my ex-husband makes me feel like I already have an adopted adult child, so.
When was the last time you spoke to Dad? 'Cause
Oh, he's not gonna
I
say
haven't heard from
anything?
him,
Say
and he usually
something.
calls me with business ideas once a week.
Not since he left for Wyoming.
Wyoming? As in Earth, Wyoming?
Is there a space one?
Yes.
Then the Earth one.
Yes.
He went to some wellness retreat. I think it's all about self-empowerment or something. What was the name of the place?
Please don't say Birch Springs.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's it. Birch Springs Wellness and Restoration Center.
Oh, God damn it. I read about this place. It's a cult, Mom. We're going to Wyoming now.
You two just sat down. We can make travel plans after we've had our shrimp scampi flatbread.
We don't have time for shrimp scampi flatbread.
Ooh, how exciting.
Let's do it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that actually is pretty cool. Why aren't there more restaurants like...
What's up, fuckers?
Oh no, the biker lady.
Found you! You sick fuck! This dinner will be your last. Guess it, killer.
Oh, shit.
Oh, is this a friend of yours?
This micro ecosystem and bar and grill is now under the conservatorship of Buttons Gluttons. Damn it.
Ah, that hurt. That hurt.
When you get to hell, tell Craig I still love him.
God, now that's true love. Why can't I have that? I just want that.
of you better stay the fuck away from my kids.
Oh, yeah, that's the spirit, Mom.
Yeah, don't worry, dear. I'll protect you both.
Okay, but we don't need... All right, never mind. Thank you.
And away we go.
Why are you so mad at us, lady?
They killed an innocent sea monster. And my fiancé.
Oh, my goodness. I tried to raise them right, I swear.
Happy! Fuck them out, Gluttons! Three, one, go, Gluttons, go! Avenge Craig! My boys are gonna run. Damn it! Gluttons, fall back! You can have the cafe. Yes, it killer. But soon, vengeance will be mine.
God damn it,
Why don't
dude!
you resolve her trauma soon? In a way that doesn't involve trying to kill us.
Gene, Space Force Cafe, pronto.
On my way.
You get it now, Mom? We're being hunted. Your children are being hunted.
All right, Lizzie, I get it. No more family dinners. You win.
Are they gonna make a comment about me eating all the bread or not?
I'm here.
Mom, let's do it. You're coming with us.
Fine, but remember, Les Stewart needs his rest. He's not what he used to be.
Don't worry, I'm just keeping an eye on you.
God, Mom's got a
You get
rack
so
on her,
tough,
doesn't she?
Huh? It's very cool.
Yeesh.
I wish I'd been an eco-terrorist at your age.
All right, where are we going again?
Wyoming.
Earth, Wyoming.
Earth, Wyoming?
Earth, Wyoming?
Because our
No!
dad
I've
needs
been
us.
there many
Specifically,
times. It's,
we're heading
it's
towards
a
Birch
shithole.
Springs. The Bleeding Stars have had tabs on it for a while now. We believe the Wellness Center is a cult taking advantage of humans who lost everything during the G3 invasion of Earth. And I've got this bad feeling they're covering for something even more sinister.
I'll be honest with you. I love that your family has all these crazy problems. It makes my impending divorce sound like a walk in the park.
Oh, that's a good point, PH Bilad. Like, why
Well,
is he
here.
driving? He doesn't
Let's
have
go
legs.
Find Dad.
Wow, it's so beautiful here.
Yeah, it really is.
Honestly,
It's
this
not.
place seems nice.
It's really
I
not.
think your father needed a little fresh air. I dropped some of his
It's
things
flat
off
as
at his
fuck.
apartment a couple weeks ago, and he looked a little divorced.
Okay, we are here to rescue Dad, so let's just stay focused on that, and I think we're gonna get through today just fine. How did he even hear about this place?
Well, he's got this new friend, Ted, who he just idolizes. He's been divorced 2 or 3 times now, who can count? Anyway, it his idea. I think your father's just looking for some kind of support since you two are off doing your own things all the time.
Oh, come on, don't pin this on us. Listen, we're gonna get Dad out of here and set him up with a nice therapist or something, and then we can all go our separate ways.
If that's what you want, honey.
Hi there. Welcome to Birch Springs Human Wellness Center.
Oh my
Are you
God, it
here
looks
to
like
leave your
the
past
guy
behind
you
and
can
find
pet.
Your purest, most powerful inner self.
Spencer?
We're here for
His
our
name
dad.
is the last
We'd
name is
love to
Spencer, I
help you,
think.
but
Travis, no.
This center is a
Something
safe space
Spencer.
for humans to be human. Those talking alien guns are gonna be a problem.
Oh, so you're spacist against Gatlians. Got it. Am I hearing you right?
We didn't mean to offend. It's just, us humans, we tend to reach a level of despair that is not commonly seen in
Thank you,
other
Vince, for getting us
species.
up to
But it's
Wyoming
not
versus
unheard
Texas.
Of. Some species get close.
Texas win.
Have one of you Gatlians, was it, ever demonstrated a human-like understanding of shame? Who among you is the most pitiful?
Travis. I can't think of anyone.
Drat. Sorry, fellas. We're all just too well adjusted.
He's in the middle of a messy divorce.
Oh, come on! You throw me under the bus just like that? Happy 43rd birthday to me, I guess.
43 years old. That's the most pathetic age you can be, human or otherwise.
Yes, I can sense it. You have
glad
the
I'm not that
sadness in you, my
anymore.
friend.
Well, this sucks.
Please, step right in.
You may follow the signs to proceed to the Wellness Center. Good luck on your healing journey. All of you.
Oh, and do speak to Gwendolyn if you have a chance. It will change your life.
Gwendolyn, okay.
Please, move along already. It's difficult to be around such unresolved sadness for too long.
Okay, enough already.
The wellness center is straight ahead.
Everything's going to be okay.
All right, everybody, be on guard. Remember, this is a cult.
Honey, have you ever considered that maybe these are just older people looking to connect? Not everyone can join a terrorism cell when they get lonely.
We're not a terrorism cell, Mom. We're freedom fighters. Plus, all those friends are dead now. Not that you ever asked. Let's just split up to cover more ground. I'll take the left. Mom, you take the right. And you've got the most firepower, so you're checking out the inside. Remember, we are here to find Dad and nothing more.
And be careful.
Okay.
Fine. Go off on your own like always. Just find Dad.
What? You said go inside. I'm going inside. Are you talking to me or Mom?
Everyone looks so relaxed. Are the ones wearing robes high-ranking members? The ones in tracksuits seem a little more nervous. But I see why everyone's joining. Very comfortable cult leisure wear, no matter how important you are.
Hi, how are you? So nice to meet you.
Cut the niceties. We're looking for Dad.
There's all kinds of dads here. And
Yeah.
besides, it's not our policy
They're
to talk
high.
to outsiders. Sorry.
sure.
Wish I could help you. Keep looking around and I'm sure they'll turn up. I'm pretty new here myself. Everyone here is super nice though. Except for the people in robes. They're a little stuck up, but I think they've just got to warm up to us newbies.
Are they like important people in your cult or something?
I don't think this is
I
a
hate her
cult.
speech pattern.
This is just a wellness center.
God.
And those guys have spent
I'm gonna exhaust your
a
dialogue, but
lot of
fuck, it's
time
painful.
And a lot of money to get those robes. So I think they're just focused. If you really want to find someone around here, you should talk to Gwendolyn.
Okay.
In fact, let me know how it goes. I actually joined so I could work up the courage to talk to women.
We must recognize our potential. We must match our performance to our potential. Maximum performance and maximum potential will allow for the best possible version of our inner selves.
Do you know where
Please do not disturb me with your frivolous inquests. I am self-reflecting.
You know, it's free to be polite.
You will achieve nothing here if you keep incessantly questioning those above you. Go away from me, now.
Stab him. Stab him. Stabby. God damn it. Stabby. Knifey, I mean.
Springs Wellness Center. I'm your new spiritual guide, Gwendolyn Birch, and I will act as your shepherd from here onward. Through my teachings, you will discover your inner humanity. I will help you learn to heal.
Inside me is a charming person.
It can be a crazy world out there for our species these days. What with all
I
the
can't
new
shoot
galaxies
anything,
and
guys.
planets. Here you'll discover
Inside me is a confident person.
where humans can
Yeah, I don't see why not, Pete. We'll make some time for
You'll
it.
have access to all the amenities you could ever need on your healing journey.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Get your ego away from
Where
me.
you can get your sweat
Know
off.
your place and
A
leave me
spa
be.
Where you can recenter yourself. And even a garden out back where you can take a stroll and reconnect with earthly nature. Welcome to Birch Springs. We're so happy you found yourself here.
Damn. Sounds like Glenn Close.
And you promise it's not going to hurt?
You will only feel ecstasy. And then, weightlessness.
Okay, but what about the one who's getting, what'd you call it?
Rejoined.
Oh, yeah, so
This
the
is
one
gonna
of
be
us who's
fucking
getting
dark, isn't
rejoined,
it?
That doesn't hurt.
Pain is a natural part of the healing journey.
Okay, that makes it sound like it's gonna hurt a lot.
The feelings in your physical body are only temporary. Once you have undergone completion, these feelings will be of no concern.
And we get to wear the cool robe.
Yes, you will don a mending gown.
Yeah, but only one of us gets to wear the rope. The other one ain't gonna be around anymore.
The process of completion is about assimilating two broken beings into one healed being. You will both continue existing as one.
To me, this sounds like only one of us gets the cool robe.
You and your respective partners entered into your bond
I
because
just
of your
noticed
shared
his half a heart
inefficiencies.
fucking necklace that
Through
he's
this
wearing.
bond, you will grow stronger.
I bet
as
Jan
one.
has the other half.
I joined this wellness clinic because my bookie told me I have a gambling problem and the lady on the brochure has legs for days. I didn't come here to get rejoined so my friend here could wear a cloak.
Please, show some respect for our healer Gwendolyn.
Think of it this way, Jim. We haven't decided which one of us is gonna be rejoined. So right now, you've got a 50% chance.
Why do you talk like that?
Shiny new robe.
Alright.
I'm Beck
Those are some
Sigma.
odds I can live with.
And you two.
What up, Coder?
Have you decided
Welcome
which
back.
one of you will be the rejoined piece and
Thank you
which
for the
one will
20
be
months.
completed?
I think I would look great
And
in a
using your
robe,
Prime sub on me.
personally.
Prime sub.
freaking
Prime.
way,
Primety
buddy.
Prime.
That robe is mine.
If
Check
you'd
for your
like,
Prime sub.
I can choose for you.
Yeah, let's do that. It's only fair.
Then allow me. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe.
If he hollers, let him go.
My money's on the guy on the left.
Sorry, I lost focus. I have to start over. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
God.
Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Oh my
Eeny,
God! Are we
meeny,
just,
miny, mo.
are we just gonna
Catch
loop
a tiger
this?
by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny,
Thanks for the
miny,
reminder.
mo.
Thank you, Super Baba Frequentlizer with 59 months.
Hey there. Yesterday I ate a wet carrot fertilized by my brother's shit. I don't know what that says about our relationship. Maybe we're closer now. Maybe I crossed a line I can't uncross. I came here in part to lose weight. 15 pounds so far. But Gwendolyn says I'm still carrying too much emotional mass. I didn't know that counted. I've been doing really hard math in my head to toughen my brain up. Lose some weight up there. Like, equations no one asked me to solve. I figure the harder they are, the more brain mass I'll lose.
That's how it works. Can't argue with that. That's just science.
This center has everything I need. I love the gym in particular. Gwendolyn says I don't need to chase aesthetics, but yesterday she looked at my triceps and gave me a knowing glance of approval. Gwendolyn says if someone sees your ego clearly enough, they can fold it like origami into something really cool. I think mine is a swan now, or maybe a tiny chair.
Hey there. No robe? Yeah, I'm new too. It's kind of overwhelming, but in a good way, you know? As a new level 1, I haven't gotten too deep into the spiritual stuff yet, but the activities are fun. A level 2 said that tomorrow we're all gonna breathe together at the same time. I hope I don't fuck it up. When things aren't too busy, I like to walk around really slowly.
We giving it a redemption shot? Yeah. They fixed most of the crashing issues. I crashed twice in a full stream, so in like 7 hours I crashed twice, so it's way better than it was. Because it used to be like every
Just
half an hour to
because
15
one of us
minutes.
won't be here anymore physically doesn't mean we aren't still friends.
But also I did a sponsored thing
In fact,
yesterday, and
I think the
I've
completion will
been
bring us
wanting to come back to
closer.
this.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll be a part of me forever, and I won't ever forget that.
If you're the one being completed.
Oh, yeah, if I'm the one who's completed, of course.
Because the way you said that, it sounded like you already made the decision.
Oh, no, of course not. I don't know which one of us it will be.
You were very confident about it. Almost nonchalant.
No, I don't know which one of us it will be.
You didn't talk to anybody about this already, did you?
No.
You did, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You did. You fucking did. You told them, I want to be the sacrifice, and you'll be the one completed. I can't fucking believe this.
It's not a sacrifice. We just went over this.
Then why don't you go fucking volunteer
Tomorrow
for it if you
after
think it's
stream.
no big deal?
I'm gonna do a half stream tomorrow, and then I'm heading out at like 7 p.m.
This. After all we've been through to get these robes.
Let's do rock, paper, scissors.
Why?
To decide.
To decide what?
Who gets sacrificed.
You just said it wasn't a sacrifice.
Do you want to play rock, paper, scissors or not?
Fine.
Hello, friend.
If you don't mind, my friend and I here.
Gonna
are
get a
in the
mom
middle
call
of a
tomorrow? No, probably
conversation.
not.
One of us is reaching completion this
I don't like
evening.
my mom anymore.
Yeah, can't wait.
Okay. That was worth waiting for. Oops. Okay.
We're looking for a middle-aged divorced guy. He's a human, like you. Huh?
Oh my gosh, are you Tom's kid? That's wild. I'm your dad's friend, Ted. I'm the one who introduced him to this place.
Oh, I knew you'd know.
Nice
him.
mustache.
Of course I know him. We're best pals. Nice to finally meet you. You got one proud dad, you know. But now that you ask, I haven't seen him around today. I bet Gwendolyn could help you find him. She's in charge of this place. And she's amazing. So you're thinking of joining? I think your pops would like that. He's, how do I say this? He's been having some trouble fitting in around here. It's a shame, too, because this is basically paradise for divorced guys like us. But I think he's been driving some of the other members crazy with his business ideas and invention pitches. I keep telling him, with these kinds of places, you just have to play it cool. You never know who you'll meet or where it'll take you.
Ted, is it? I think you and their dad are in a cult.
They said the same thing about Hedonism 2, Temptation Cancun, and Desire Resort Riviera Maya. And I survived all those just fine.
Ted, can I call you Ted? You should come with us. This place is not good.
Would you relax? Geez, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? If you all cut loose a little bit, you might have some fun here. As for me, I'm not budging. Gwen's got her eyes on me, and that can only mean one thing. Seriously, I don't know what you're into, but Gwendolyn's hot, right?
I don't know.
I know
haven't
there's
seen her
all
yet.
sorts of new aliens to get freaky with nowadays, but none of them beat Gwendolyn as far as I'm concerned. Good luck finding your dad. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. Ooh, this is nice.
Oh, really?
Hey, I think Hank left his robe.
There we go. I'll put on Hank's robe.
Do you think this robe is free, or will they charge us later like a hotel? I'm overthinking it, right? I'm overthinking it. Yeah. Hey, look at us. I bet some of these people will talk to us differently now.
Shit. Zeke, I had 3 bowls of Campbell's A to Z soup for lunch. My trip to the bathroom could spell disaster.
I hope Hank doesn't get in trouble for leaving his robe. He really won't let up on this nudist colony idea.
Hey, Pseudo again. We're getting another call from Jan.
I should probably take this one. She's just gonna keep calling. Well, here goes nothing. Hi, sweetie.
Travis, you little worm. I'm coming for you.
Everything all right, Travis?
Yeah. That was just one of our little inside jokes. Don't worry about it. Hey, let's find your dad. That's
With each breath
Gwendolyn,
in,
their
we
leader.
draw
Oh,
confidence.
wow, she's
With
got
each
such an
breath
aura,
out,
huh?
we
We should go
expel
talk to her
insecurity.
about your dad.
Breathe.
Gwendolyn must be practicing her next sermon. She's so amazing.
Hello there. Do you seek counsel with me?
Hi. Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn.
Hi. Hey, right? It's Gwendolyn? Yeah. We're looking for one of your members. Could you help us?
Welcome. I see you've made yourself comfortable wearing the garb of our more enlightened friends. Don't worry, I'm not upset. Everyone here is free to be themselves however they see fit. I'm just trying to help them find who it is they are free to be. Although, we do have certain rules. Now, who is it that you seek?
Huh. I guess it's a guy who's a little bit like me. Down on his luck.
Ah, yes, I know who you're after. I could sense it the second you stepped in here. He's self-reflecting in the ego chamber out in the woods.
Is he in trouble?
The ego chamber is where one finds themselves again after having a lapse in judgment. It's a good thing, you'll see. In fact, I won't stop you from seeing him. You can walk freely through these halls and the forests beyond. Just remember, we may think we need others to be loved, but the only true love we need is already inside each one
God
of
damn,
us.
this is
Something
fucking
is
terrible.
definitely going on here, but I can't put my finger on it.
Can I knife
Maybe he's
her?
on Dad.
Yeah. Gwen says your dad was locked up in an ego chamber for annoying everyone in the cult, so that's where he is.
God damn it, Dad. Wait, you talked to their leader? And she just told you this? What is going on here?
Yeah, no
Maybe
shit.
this is good for him. No, I don't trust this place. I got some intel on some kind of strange shack out at the old farm grounds in the woods. That might be where they've got Dad. It's not showing up on scanner, so you'll have to find it the old-fashioned way. We'll meet you there, grab Dad, and then our happy little family is getting the hell out of Wyoming.
Okay.
The one you seek is in the ego chamber, out in the woods.
Okay.
I can tell he's important to you. Go to him. Tell him you love him. I'll be here when you're ready to let go. So many people, just like you, have come here looking to put back together a life that fell apart. I know there's a part
Say
of you
something
that
funny.
believes
Throw
you
a
can go
pie or
back to
something.
the way
Jesus.
things were, that you can make everyone happy. But when you're ready to leave that part of you behind, I'll be here for you. Go ahead, find your father in the ego chamber. Then we can talk about healing and discovering who you really are deep down inside you.
Okay.
Hey there, Pseudo here. We're getting another phone call from Travis's wife, Jan.
Oh no.
I'm almost there, darling. With papers. You're gonna sign, and that's final.
No, not now.
I bet that's something. At some point. Oh, God damn it.
Oh man, should we slow down? I feel like we should slow down.
I'm here, Travis. I see you down there.
I am so sorry. I'm so embarrassed here.
Shit! I'm stuck. Get over here, Travis.
No!
Jan's here.
Travis, help me, Travis.
God damn it, dude. We're gonna have a bickering divorce couple.
Wait.
Hello, Travis.
Hey, you know, maybe here's an idea. Maybe we don't have to help her out of there right now. Maybe we can wait.
Very funny. I just traveled halfway across the fucking galaxy to this hillbilly planet just so I could serve you these goddamn divorce papers. Now, are you going to sign this shit, or do I have to make you?
I guess I don't have a choice, huh?
What the hell is going on over there? Quit messing around and rescue Dad.
Who was that? I swear to Gatly and Jesus, Travis, if you've been sleeping around while we're still technically married.
I'm not. I swear. That's my friend. All these people are my friends, too.
Friends? Travis, you have friends?
I do. And we're doing important work together as freedom fighters. So, you know what? I'll sign your fucking papers because I've moved on, baby. I've moved on.
Moved on? Moved on? Yeah, right. I don't buy that for a second. Now finish getting me out of here.
We're almost done. Stop yelling. Just a little bit more.
There.
Actually,
Great.
you know what, Travis?
Oh my
If you
God,
wanna
dual
sign these
wield!
papers, then maybe I don't want you to sign them anymore.
Look, enough games. Can we just deal with this later? I need to help this human find their pathetic dad, and then we can figure out our own shit, okay? How does that sound?
Travis? Wow, when did you learn to talk like that?
Are we good now? Can we get back to the mission?
Shut up, lady. Yeah, fine, I'll help you find this dad. But then Travi and I are gonna work this out.
Fine with me.
Sorry, this thing's kind of in the way. There's no way to go forward.
You know, we could always, you know.
No, Travis.
Please? Upsy downsies? Just like old times?
I'm not doing that with you ever again.
Come on, Jan. This isn't about us. My friends need our help just once. Real quick. For them.
Ugh, fine. We can do it. But only because a man's life is at stake.
Oh, thank you, Jan.
I want to make it crystal clear there is absolutely no emotion involved in this, and I will be thinking about this human's father the whole time. Now, human, when you're ready to move forward, go ahead and use our trick shot on that log. It should clear the way forward.
Whoops, god damn it.
There we go.
Yeah. There. You're welcome.
Oh, I thought they were gonna do something nasty
Man.
together.
I missed that. I miss you.
Shove it up your ass. I wasn't doing it for you, Travis. Let's just get this over with so you can sign those papers.
Right. You heard the woman, human. Find your dad.
So, Jan, huh? I'm Sweezy. Nice to have another girl on the team again.
Oh, am I a part of the team already? I'm just here until Travis signs these papers.
I'll sign them after we're done saving their dad, okay? This is more important than us.
Where's this new attitude coming from? I don't hate it.
So, Jan, how long have you and Travis been married?
Long enough.
Jan.
I was looking for a specific number, but that's okay.
Is there a ramp I'm missing? Uppy downy on what though?
John was
on this thing.
I'm sure you already noticed, but
yeah, okay.
You're much better than Travis.
What the hell, man?
I'm only letting the woman know she's touching some which may be right under her nose.
Hey, are you hitting on my wife in front of me?
Travis, it's okay. Let him keep doing it.
Oh, it's not gonna tell me where the ego chamber is. Is it the toilet? Nope.
My parents got divorced, and honestly, I think they needed it. So you have my full support, Jan.
Whose side are you on?
Thanks, whoever you are.
Gus. I'm Gus, and I'm single.
Will everyone stop hitting on my wife?
Oh, I might need the magnet shoes for that?
Are you purposely dragging this out so I have to spend more time with you, Travis?
No. I think the human's just a little lost. Hey, hurry it up, human. Take your time.
No, there's a chest up there. I just don't know how to get it. And I'm looking for uppy downies, and I don't see any uppy downy. Oh, there's a guy. Oh, here we go. There we go. Stash channel. Sweezy ammo amount. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, comic book page. Don't care. Well, that looks like a Ego Hut, perhaps.
Oh, I bet that yellow shack is the ego chamber.
There you go. Oh shit, we're midsummer now.
Is someone out there? They tied me up and I can't open the door.
Looks like it's locked. We'll have to find another way in.
Kiddo? Oh, is that you? Oh, great to see you. Oh, you're probably pretty surprised to see your old man like this, but this is actually good for me. I messed up and I deserve this.
Jeez, Travis, these are your friends?
No. This is my friend's dad. Hey, you want us to cut you free?
Yeah, please.
Okay, there you go.
Oh my God. Thank you. Oh,
you're welcome.
I can feel the blood rushing to my arms again. Oh, I gotta be honest. This place seemed great at first, but maybe I should just go home.
Okay, good. We get it. Let's wrap this up.
Halt. He has refused completion.
What
His
the fuck
ego
is
has
this?
been purged.
Hey, fellas. Don't worry about them, kiddo. They're just your dad's new friends.
I'm sorry, but we must purge all of your egos. Prepare for punishment.
Whoa! That was Reggie. He was cool.
Oh.
What? No! You just killed Brian! What's gotten into you, kiddo?
Okay, I didn't think we'd be murdering people.
Yeah, sorry, dear.
Fellas, you feeling all right?
Okay, now.
What is going on?
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Help me, Jan!
Dad, we have to go now.
What's going on? What's going on? I just wanted to fit in with my new friends.
They're not your friends, Dad. These people are monsters, literally.
Oh my God, Ted.
No, it's
we
Sekiro
have to
now.
save Ted.
Really? Do we? Because he got you into this mess.
Your pops needs Ted, Lizzie, and Ted needs me. Us divorced guys have to stick together.
How do you even know he's still alive? He could be a monster already for all we know.
What? Ted would never turn into a monster. Not without me. I'm not leaving here without him.
Okay, clearly this adult male friendship means a lot to you, Dad. You heard him, everybody. We've got a random guy to save.
You better do it quick. Those monsters are swarming the place.
We need to move.
Hi, babies. Let's do it and I are at the chapel, but we need backup.
Shit, Mom's in trouble.
Your mom? She's here too?
I'll stick with Dad. You go ahead and rendezvous with Mom and let's do it at the chapel.
Oh, okay. Okay. She's with Liz Dewitt. You know what? That's great. He's a great guy. I'm so happy for them. Are they happy? They seem happy together?
Can we talk about this later, Dad?
Okay, let's go. I have a feeling this part could be like funnier. Ah!
I don't know what's going on, but I'm picking up some crazy readings. It's like some sort of psychic wave went off, and it's triggering a reaction in some of the cultists. Just what the hell were these people doing here? Smoking each other? Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is happening here?
Whoops.
Do all humans turn into monsters like that?
I don't think so. This feels new. I'm sorry I dragged you into this jam.
Sorry? Don't be sorry, you dumbass. Can't you even tell when you're doing something right?
What? You're not mad?
Travis, baby, this is what I've been asking for. Some adventure, some fight. We're fighting monsters in the woods on some backwoods hick planet?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't know you had this in you!
So you don't want a divorce?
I didn't say that.
Holy fucking shit. And I'm on easy mode. Zeke, would you rather have boiling hot cum or ice cold diarrhea forever? I would like your answer in the form of an interpretive dance. No, you won't get an interpretive dance, but I will say ice cold diarrhea.
Hi, babies. Let's do it and I are at the chapel.
If I had to
we
choose.
need backup. Shit, Mom's in trouble.
Your mom? She's here too?
I'll stick with Dad. You go ahead and rendezvous with Mom and let's do it at the chapel.
Oh, okay. She's with Liz Do It. You know what? That's great. He's a great guy. So happy for them. Are they happy? They seem happy together?
Can we talk about this later, Dad?
Easy, you're gonna hurt me.
Jesus. How many fucking shots does this guys take? Yeah, he got pool floaties. I did a little side quest and got him pool floaties.
Destroyed that turd. Gotta get some armor. Yeah, that's the rhythm. Keep it up.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm picking up some crazy readings. It's like some sort of psychic wave went off and it's triggering a reaction in some of the cultists. Just what the hell were these people doing here? Smoking each other? Jesus Christ.
You better hurry up and get out of the way. You like that?
What the fuck is happening here? Do all humans turn into monsters like that?
I don't think so. This feels new. I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Jan.
Sorry? Don't be sorry, you dumbass. Can't you even tell when you're doing something right?
You're not mad?
Travis, baby, this is what I've been asking for. Some adventure, some spice. We're fighting monsters in the woods on some backwoods hick planet? I didn't know you had this in you!
So you don't want a divorce?
I didn't say that. This is too little too late if you ask me. But if you keep acting like you just maybe I won't divorce you as hard as I was planning.
Yeah. That's right. I'm a man. I'm a powerful man. There's nothing.
Wow.
Come on, Dad, keep up.
I'm coming, kiddo.
It's a goddamn bloodbath!
Are we good? Nope. Apparently not.
Oh, goddamn!
That's all of them. Let's get inside.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. It was a firefight!
Oh, thank goodness. My babies are safe. Hello, Tom.
Congratulations. I'm really, really happy for you. For both of you. But can we just talk about Ted for 1 second here? I'm worried.
What up,
He's
Pseudo?
been trying to woo Gwendolyn, and if she's at the center of this, he might be in real danger. Or maybe everything's okay, and old Ted's making sweet love right now.
Jesus, Dad.
What? He's my friend, and I want to support him. Something you all could learn a little thing or two about.
This is a fucking nightmare.
This script could be punched up a little.
Look out! They're inside too!
Leave my family alone!
Looks like danger ahead. Ah! Another one. Dead and gone, baby.
Yeah, it's all on the wrist, kid.
You're messing with the wrong duo.
Hey, chill out. We don't gotta kill them. Oh yeah, that never gets old.
All right, Ted has got to be in here, right? Look everywhere.
Yeesh. Look at this place. The next group reflection is gonna be awkward.
Group reflection?
Yeah, at the wellness center. We do them every Monday morning.
The cult is over, Dad. Do you not see what's happening?
Oh, well, don't my kids just know everything? Let me tell both of you, you've got a lot to learn about life.
Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Hey now, just because your father's at rock bottom doesn't mean you shouldn't believe what he has to say.
Thank you, Kathy. You're so beautiful.
Wake up call. Your kids are both adults who are capable of making their own life choices.
And look at where those choices have gotten.
You're the one who joined a fucking cult.
Let's do it!
Shit. I hate to say it, but Let's Do It is right. I got us all into this mess, and I'm sorry. Your old man's just been having a rough time.
I think we all need to cool off a bit.
Let's just find Ted and get out of here.
Maybe you need more practice. We got a married couple for exactly this type of stuff. Heads up! Ah, hell no! Hell no! I don't miss! Ah! Fuck this scary shit! My trick hole's ready.
That's right, because they call it a trick hole.
Man, I hope Ted's okay. Maybe he's in Gwendolyn's office. Tonight is the night he said he was going to seal the deal with her.
Dad, that's really not important right now, and I also really don't want to think about my dad's friends having sex.
Your father needs friends, Lizzie. And sometimes they're going to have sex. That's just how people work.
Ted? Yep, those are Ted's clothes. I think we know what that means.
We don't have time for your perverted fantasies, Dad. Your friend's not about to get laid. He's about to get killed.
No! No more monsters! No more monsters!
Let's go, Lizzie!
What happened? Fucker, that hurt!
You know, Ted is a really good role model for a little guy. He saw the most powerful woman here, and he said to me, one day, I'm gonna romance her in her office, then I'll never have to...
Oh, that was a big one.
Sorry.
Definitely one of the freakiest monsters we've killed so far. Very cool.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Take a deep breath. Tom,
Where is Ted?
Well, if they're not here, he must be in the completion hall.
Completion hall?
It's the big barn nearby. When you level up here, you have to do some weird ritual in there called completion.
This better
You
get
and
weird
another
or
member
funny
get
soon, because
combined
it's
into one
really
person or
disappointing me so
something.
far.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a little scared of it myself. I finally leveled up and Ted was supposed to complete me, but I don't know. People keep disappearing and I got cold feet and I don't want to lose Ted. Plus it sounded a little gay.
Dad.
Oh, don't you start too. I am in my 60s and set in my ways. I'm gonna make some gay jokes sometimes and we'll all have to deal with that together. Anyway, I refused, so they threw me in the ego chamber.
I think Ted is in serious danger. We need to get to the completion hall. Let's go.
We don't need to kill every motherfucker, right? What's inside?
Gus. Oh, increased damage. Soaky slug in pressure slime increases Gus's damage. It's best you don't know where the pressure slime comes from. Yes. Gus, let's go. Oh, I guess I was supposed to use that. Whatever.
That's the completion hall. That's where they do the gay stuff.
Tom,
Look out, everyone. Mom is canceling Dad.
Let's just save Ted so we can get this fucking nightmare over with.
Dude, that was funny. That's where they do the gay stuff.
Who's that married couple? They're nice. Nice find, outlaw.
Well, baby.
Let me handle this. Ted, we are here to rescue you.
No need, Tom. I'm about to have the greatest night of my life.
It is. Oh my God! It is fucking summer.
Alone here, pal.
My
Midsummer.
completion will not be stopped by a single pathetic divorced father.
Hey, he's not so bad once you get to know him.
Oh my god!
That's fucked up.
Oh God, Ted! Oh, why does everyone I love divorce me or die?
Something is not right. The completion. It shouldn't feel this way.
Maybe Ted's not human.
Somebody help me. I don't understand what's happening. Why does it hurt? It hurts. It hurts.
help me, Travis! This is all your fault!
Jan, everyone else's fault, but I'll fix it all by myself.
Yeah, you got this, Travis. Go ahead and handle this. We'll stay back.
Jan, I know this isn't the best time, but I have to tell you I miss you so much, and I'm ready to change for you, and I'll change everything about myself to make you happy.
After, Travis! After! Oh, god damn! She's about to pop!
Shoot it!
There we go.
But I think it's working! You're doing it, baby!
Anything for you, Jan!
Keep it up. You're making me look great.
Get them off us! Ah, Jan! Get them off us, Jan!
I'm a little busy, Travis! God, I fucking hate Earth! This planet is so fucked up! Help me! Hit her! Hit the woman, Travis! I command you! I give you permission!
Baby, I'll hit any woman you want. Just please take me back.
Damn it, Travis! Shoot her weird fucking gross death! Keep it up!
I'll save you, baby! Use Knife-O!
Oh, good idea! Use the weird talking knife!
I love you, I love you.
It's weird they lock you into this one gun.
I love you, I love you.
Yeah, that's great, Travis, but I really need you to kill this bitch! Ugh, she's getting more gross boils again. Why aren't you shooting the boils? They're the weak spot.
The human over here, they're bad at aiming me, it's not me. Nobody abuses my wife but me! Wait, no, that didn't come out right. Fuck. Okay, just for the record, I do not do that. I have never done that. I will never do that.
Yeah, we get it. You're a good person.
Oh, sorry.
Jan, are you okay? Please, please, please don't divorce me, Jan. I just spent the worst day of my life with this person's pathetic loser dad. It was like seeing the ghost of Christmas future. Please don't let me turn into him. Please, Jan. Please, speak to me, please.
Travis, Jesus, calm down. I'm
No
fine.
shit, dude.
You got nothing to worry about. I'm wetter than a slip and slide right now watching you fight for me like that, baby.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Wait, really?
Yeah, baby. I like this new Travis.
Love is beautiful, isn't it?
Careful, Les. Don't overdo it. You'll hurt yourself.
You alive down there? We'll pick you up in the cornfield.
Okay. That was weird.
Shit! Gwen! She's still alive somehow!
This bitch needs to learn when to quit.
Honey, don't disparage other women, but, I mean, you're right. This bitch does need to learn.
Oh, right. I can shoot with both.
Oh, shoot. Yes. She's about to rush us!
What are you doing? Kill her!
Do we have to?
Yes!
Shoot that mess! Nasty! Spraying kids again!
Cut them off with the knife!
Honey? She's giving us a
Go get her, human!
Get her in the growth pot! I want her to die, Travis!
Gotta do what she says, human!
Okay.
Fucking idiot.
Whoa, that was something. Let's get you out of there.
All right. Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Look out!
What the fuck?
What the fuck is
Indeed.
this thing?
I don't like her!
What the shit? She got a full fucking heal?
How is she still going?
Kind of impressive. Kind of sexy.
Come on, dude.
What? I'd like a woman who knows what she wants. I'm a feminist.
Unload on her!
Oh, come on, leave us alone!
Oh, I can't jump over that fucking fence? Okay.
Don't let me or my wife get hurt!
That's fucking right! Fucking disgusting! Don't drop your fucking gross offspring on me!
Look out, baby!
Mom? Dad? Now do you see the kind of stuff we have to deal with every day? All the more reason for you both to finish your education.
Look out! Look out! She's coming at us! Well, that's what you get for fucking with me.
Above us! Above us! Use sniper! Use sniper!
Keep it up, honey. You'll beat her eventually. I didn't raise a quitter.
Can you please fucking reload, dude?
Keep your distance. She's about to charge.
Weird spots! The weird...
There's more where that came from.
There. Fuck, is that done now?
How did I do, Jan?
You were so sexy, baby.
Okay, that has to be it.
Okay. Is everyone okay? This whole experience, it's really given me some time to think, and I realized...
Quiet! Quiet! Shut up! I have something I gotta say. Jan, I love you, baby. Through and through. I'm sorry I ever wronged you.
Dude.
And you know what? I'll be a better man for you. I'll give you adventure. I'll give you passion. I'll give you everything. If only you'll take me back. What do you say, baby?
Oh my god, shut up already. Yeah, fuck the divorce. I was just trying to manipulate you into being scared of me so you'll do whatever I say. I love you too, baby.
Oh, wow. Isn't that something? You know what, Kathy? I'll take you back too.
No.
Damn, can't blame a guy for trying. All right, let's get out of here.
I'm just glad we're all safe. But I think I'd really just like to go home now.
Yeah, no, I'm not letting any of you out of our sight again until this is over. You're coming with us back to our place, which is a floating arcade in space, by the way.
Well, if that's what you think is best, sweetie.
Hey, sounds a lot better than my apartment.
All right, taking off. Uh-oh, getting some more activity down there.
What the fuck? It's Gwendolyn. She's still not dead.
Someone take care of it or we're toast.
Let me handle this. Gwendolyn, leave my family alone. Never mind, it didn't work.
Stand down, Tom. This is a job for my new husband.
Let's do it!
Let's do it!
My hero.
Let's do it!
Oh, that really took it out of you, didn't it, baby? Let's get you home to an Epsom salt bath.
Oh, who am I kidding? You two make a great team, honey.
Thank you, Tom. I'm glad you're okay.
I hope Monster Gwendolyn doesn't cause too much trouble down there.
It'll be fine, I think.
That whole thing, like, god damn, it seemed like there was much funnier shit that could happen. Like, the funniest line that I remember is the brother fertilizing a carrot with his own shit. Like, that was the funniest line. Yeah, and it dragged on way too long. That fight was way too long. Like, even on easy, that was way too long. Can't imagine what it'd be on, like, normal or hard or whatever.
Well, 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 if it isn't my least favorite customer.
Travis and Jan. Creature. Ooh, mag boots. That's right. I'm saving up for mag boots. Oh, hold on.
Go back when you've got some pesos and taste.
I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, machine, and I'm listening.
Let's get a Dr. Fraser Crane ball. We've earned it.
Fraser says, good job. Thank you, caller. Stay tuned for Bulldog.
Oh, I already have a pillow this size. You know what? Fuck you, Fraser.
Whew. Holy shit. That was crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Everyone okay? Let's get a head count.
Here.
Let's do it.
Jeppy.
Just give me a minute.
Jappy.
Ooh, good. Great work, team.
It was so nice to get to do something like that as a family.
Yeah. I loved that.
It's a miracle nobody died.
Really? Don't tell me that.
I know she wasn't really one of your targets, but go cross Gwendolyn off the board. For morale purposes, we're counting it like something we did on purpose.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Man, it's really hard to draw a vagina. There.
You saved your dad. That's a big deal. Take some cash from the funds jar.
Okay.
We have breaking news tonight from the planet
Yay!
Earth, home of the controversial human species. A North American state called Wyoming has suffered catastrophic destruction in what authorities are now calling an unprecedented disaster caused by an infestation of monstrous creatures. What the hell is Wyoming? Why are we reporting about this backwater planet? Anyway.
I'm telling you.
Details remain scarce, but initial reports confirm that the entirety of Wyoming has been left unrecognizable, with whole communities lost and state infrastructure effectively erased. Rescue teams are currently unable to access large portions of the state due to hazardous conditions, and federal emergency agencies have mobilized to respond to the overwhelming scale of the crisis. Survivors described the devastation as overwhelming, with many left searching for loved ones and mourning the loss of their homes, history, and way of life.
How would you know the
As
difference in
spokesperson of
Wyoming?
The governor's office stated,
exactly.
This is not just a physical loss. The cultural and emotional impact of this event will be felt for generations.
You got any
and there's a bunch of
friends,
fucked up
Jeppy?
monsters
Shut up,
running around
dude.
that we can't
Okay.
figure out how to
I don't
kill.
know if that was
It's
a
crazy.
yes or a no.
Authorities
but you seem
continue to
happy enough.
investigate the origin of these monsters and are urging anyone with information about the outlaws' involvement to come forward immediately. We'll continue to provide updates as this tragic situation develops. Our next story, devastation at what was supposed to be a peaceful, family-friendly dining experience.
Oh.
While eyewitnesses describe
The Space
overturned
Forest Cafe.
tables and terrified children, what stands out most is the destruction of several of the cafe's original animatronics. Unique handcrafted centerpieces that staff describe as irreplaceable. Each one a unique creation impossible to replace. The restaurant's manager said, "We can repair the damage to the building, but the animatronics are a loss we can't undo. They were part of our history. Restoration experts are calling it a cultural loss, and the emotional toll on staff and the galaxy is enormous." I'm Jason Testicles, signing off once more for Testicle News.
Evading pills. But let's be clear. Modern xenoneurology has shown that humans are
Thank you.
actually not fully sentient beings.
Jeppy.
Their frontal lobe activity
Jeppy,
is
Jeppy,
erratic.
Jeppy.
These are the
Jeppy.
same organisms who knit sweaters
Jeppy.
out of
Jeppy.
That's not
Jeppy.
true.
Quiet, please.
Jeppy.
They
Jeppy,
refrigerate their
Jeppy.
money.
Jeppy, Jeppy.
I trust
Jeppy.
Rhea Pharmaceuticals because they're
Whew. So that's what happens when humans smoke other humans, huh?
I guess
What's
so.
with your species anyway? That doesn't seem normal.
good people.
Jeppy?
Committed to mental health
Jeppy.
and sustainable resources.
Jeppy, Jeppy, Jeppy.
Seriously? What the hell is going on in your gene pool? Humans are fucked up. I don't like it one bit. Jesus, I might actually be starting to feel a little spacist against humans. Don't worry. I'll bring it up in therapy. That'll nip it in the bud real quick before it becomes permanent. You should take Jeppy with you next time you go. He could use fresh air. Seriously, you gotta air this kid's drawers out. You wanna talk some more? Rude.
No.
That probably wasn't the best form of family therapy, but I feel like it helped a bit, right?
No, it didn't. Your dad still seems mega bummed out, but at least he's probably not gonna join another call right away.
Thanks for coming with us to get Dad. I don't think we could have made it out of there alive without you.
See, Lizzie, you can be nice. It's not so bad.
Yeah, that's enough time wasted. I'm busy.
Okay. I didn't want to talk to you anymore anyway.
Consider it a nice reprieve.
However, I can hear you talk all day.
Today. Too often we only get to kill metaphorical ones.
Jippy.
I've noticed you have quite an attachment to your family unit. Might I suggest feeling nothing for them instead? A true killer only flourishes in an unbreakable shell of perfect cold loneliness. It's been a pleasure, believe me, but I'd like a little... Sure, walk away.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. Jan and I talked it over, and we're gonna stay together.
Oh, yeah. Mostly because I saw the way he was shooting all those scary monsters and it got me all revved up. Feels like he's a whole new man now. He's lucky, too, because I was really ready to leave him for good. And I might change my mind again at any moment. So what's everyone's whole deal? What kind of crew did I just join up with?
We're just sort of, criminal terrorists, I guess. You know, trying to stop an evil pharmaceutical company. Nothing too crazy.
Wow, that's some big league shit. I didn't know you had that in you, Travis.
Yeah. Well, I've changed. These are the kind of people I hang out with now. These people right here. What else should we talk about, Jan?
Nothing. I don't want to talk no more.
You heard the lady.
Move along. My husband and I are having some alone time.
Please? I really... Typical.
Give me them boots.
Again. Great. My day was going too well. Okay, you bought something. Are we done here?
Yes. I got the boots. I'll take another shield tank, though.
Thanks for wasting your money on my crap, sucker. You're done? Good, get lost.
God, that kid is a fucking asshole. What do you got, Knifey?
Oh, I didn't know humans could turn into freaky monsters like that. Why don't you ever turn into a freaky monster? That would be cool. Are you gonna turn into one of those monster things? Because if you do, fair warning, I'm gonna stab the shit out of you until you die. All right, fuck off now. I'm done with talking.
You again? Great. My day was going too well.
Woo! You okay? That's the first time we've ever had to fight other humans, if you could still call them that. It was us or them. You know that, right? Probably best not to think about those human monsters too much. Probably best to just push that deep down into your psyche, never to be unpacked. Huh? Oh, I don't really have anything else to say. Sorry.
Apologies, but I fear I've run out of things to say. Sure, walk away.
Wow. That was, let's just say your old man is very grateful to have a family that loves him so much. Poor Ted. Did I mention his whole family died in the G3 invasion? So he really had nobody left. That guy was way more fucked than me.
Damn.
Hey, can you ask your mom if she'd take me back? Actually, sorry, no. That's pretty fucked up of me to ask. I get it. Sorry. Ignore me. Ignore your old sad pops here. This place is pretty crazy. So what? You're all space army men? What is it you do here? Lizzie tried to explain it once, and you know how it is. I just don't understand Gen Z or whatever you guys are. Oh, that's enough of my blabbering. You don't want to talk to me anymore. You don't have to pity chat with me. Go on. Talk with your real friends. Don't worry about your old man. I'll keep myself busy over here. They got a whole closet full of games. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got, man. I don't know.
What is with his face looking up at the sky?
No, nothing new. Just same old boring life. Probably talk to someone else. No.
He just has a lot of.
I got nothing.
A lot
no
of
stories,
leaving
no,
lines.
No news.
Yeah,
just kind of
been
dull. Yeah.
Okay.
Do all humans turn into those monster things eventually? Is that what puberty is? It looks fun. You should do it next. Your dad seems really sad. As a proud father myself, I can sense these things.
My sprinkler goes like fists and comes back like
Seems like it's longer coming back than it is going forward.
This is weird, but I had a dream about that whole mission. Everything happened exactly like I dreamed it. Sorry I didn't warn you about anything ahead of time. I kept thinking the next part would be wrong.
I don't mind every once in a while.
Oh, you want to talk more? Hold on. I think.
Okay.
Sure, walk away.
Good thing we went to find your dad when we did. If we waited just a few more hours, sorry, never mind. We saved him, and that's what counts. Those things weren't even human anymore, so don't let it get to you, okay? They were monsters. We had to kill them to survive, to save your dad. It's been great, but I think I need some time. Where you going?
I'm telling you, there's gonna be some fishing in this game, and if there's not, then fuck me. The developers didn't tell me everything that's in the game, so I don't know. Maybe there's a fishing minigame, maybe there isn't. It doesn't matter. I just think there's an aquarium here, and we should fill it somehow. All right.
Well, that was pointless. What a damn waste of time.
I love that he continues to like just love that there's nothing to do with that aquarium yet.
This next target's a big one. James Stevenson, the finance wizard cooking all the books for Rhea Pharma.
If we can take this guy out, we'll really hit him where it hurts. The bank.
We found his address. He's in a penthouse near Rhea Pharma Tower.
Okay.
I think we can do this clean. Sneak in, kill him in his apartment, get out. A simple mission. Absolutely no funny business.
None. Zero funny business.
All right, you're good to go. Head out as soon as you can.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it!
All right, I've tracked Stevenson's location. He's at his penthouse apartment, one of the fancy buildings downtown. Syncing your tracker now.
This one's a gimme. How about you sneak in there and surprise him in his own home? You'll never see it coming.
Aw, this sounds like a fun couples activity.
It's so good to have
Oh,
you
no,
back,
no, no,
baby.
no, no, no. I don't want to listen to you fucking assholes. I'd rather listen to you. Thank you.
Eat my asshole!
Indeed.
Guys, can I slice some potatoes? Okay, thanks.
Hey, I can't be mad, Gang. It makes me money, dude.
I need help.
What? You need help again?
Finally! The name's Clutch. Look, my cab's toast. Do you have a car?
England
a
is
bike?
out? No!
Literally anything that can move people from point A to point B.
Could our skateboard be of assistance?
Yeah, sure, why not? A skateboard? That's normal, that's fine. I'll just pretend this is the best idea I've ever heard. So will you take over my shift? You can make a little extra money.
You know what? Why not?
Great, take this. It's for emergency taxi purposes only.
The taxi ball, a specialized capture sphere that temporarily miniaturizes passengers for safe transport. Auction is limited, so hustle unless you want something stinky and dead in your fanny pack.
Here's how it works. It's called the freaking taxi ball. Here's how this works. If you see someone waving their arms, they need a ride. Wave your T-ball in front of them to pick them up and then take them to where they need to go. The faster they get there,
I know how
the better
taxi
they
games work. Let's
Simple
go.
as that. I do this myself, but I'm an old piece of shit without a car. And you're a svelte skateboarder with high cabbie potential. I shot out a quick mass text to my customers. Told them their new cabbie is a weirdo on a skateboard, waving a T-ball around willy-nilly. Got a lot of question marks in response, but hey, they need a ride.
We'll give it our best shot.
Hey, I've got some more races for you to lose at.
What?
Well, well, well. So, we've got a challenger. I bet you think you could beat the great Slugstar Jr. Well, you can't, you slow piece of shit. Want to race anyway?
Yes.
Wow, look who thinks they have a chance. How do you want this to go down?
Race 1? I haven't done any of this yet.
Excellent choice.
Okay, where are we going? Okay, collect 30 rings. Okay. Shoot targets to replenish time. Okay.
I see another letter. Acquire it before someone else does. I'm impressed. Height is power. Use it. So you've got skills.
Okay, so I can do that in under 40 seconds? Okay. I must get a faster skateboard at some point. Because I didn't think like I was... No! No, 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 no. Oh, there we go. Hold tab to abandon race. There we go. Exit is what I wanted. There we go.
Yeah, that's right. Give up. I demand a rematch.
Oh,
Just
taxi!
now. Later.
Oh, taxi. There we go.
Dear God, you're a taxi? Okay, if you're sure, can I have a ride?
Yes.
Face it, you've been stood up.
Ah, a movie theater. You know, I've never seen one.
There you go. 161 pesos. Okay. Arrived early and an inch taller somehow. Very cool.
You changed my life with that ride.
Okay.
Taxi!
Nope.
Careful, I'm contagious.
I need a taxi.
Oh, that's gonna get annoying.
I admit it. I'm completely.
So riding around this place now that I have a taxi ball, I'm gonna get fucking people screaming tag team me all the time. Great. All right, here we go.
Move it. Elevators for tenants only. You ain't setting foot in here without a credit check, a background check, a blood test, and a failed playthrough of Disco Elysium.
We'll need to find
I
an
didn't fail,
alternate
though.
entry point. Search the perimeter.
Oh my God, my back. I can't fucking move. I can't fucking move. Oh God, I think I'm really hurt. I can't.
You're gonna have to find some other way up into that apartment.
Okay,
Look around.
Oh, my back.
Very fun.
Where's this guy?
Oh God, please stop it.
Mistakes happen.
You're killing me.
Huh. Okay.
Okay, Jan. Let's just do our best, right? That's all we can do.
Nice work. You should be able to gain access
Who-
to
did you
Stevenson's
see who was
penthouse via
yelling?
the rooftop gardens.
Your skateboard should come in handy here, FYI.
What's our target? Come on, hop on that mattress and get back up there.
He's like a finance douche?
Yeah, basically. He's Rhea Pharma's financial whiz. We've been tracking their accounts for years. What are you doing? Get back up there. I'm sure he's moving money around somewhere.
It is
but
under the
it's
mattress. I
impossible
think
to
you're
follow.
right.
Every time we've got a trail on something, it just leads to a dead end. It's almost as if the money vanishes. The guy's a genius, but he's working for the wrong team.
Ooh, these evil corporations have all kinds of shitty magic tricks to hide their money.
You should listen to his podcast sometime. He's got some great tips on how to make your money work for you. For instance, did you know you can write a check to yourself for more money than you have, deposit it, then withdraw that money immediately before the bank can do anything about it? It's free money.
Gene, that's check fraud. The bank is gonna come for that money.
What? Oh, fuck. I'm so fucked. Oh, you gotta kill this guy. Do it for me.
Just keep heading up. We'll check back in when you get to the penthouse.
Okay. Through there? Oh, what's this? Oh,
Oh God, look out!
Oh, okay. Maybe not. What is that thing? Why is that thing like...
I've got this, human.
Uh-oh, did someone order some Sweezy?
Oh shit.
Water brings life to this garden just as we shall rain death upon
No, I just didn't see it, man.
You are so cool, Sheath.
No, I honestly did not even see it. Oh, okay. Easier than I was making it. Okay. God damn it! Oh, I gotta go up there. Okay.
No puzzle stands a chance against us. Whoa!
Oh,
What
that
the
guy.
hell? Was that the bounty hunter from earlier?
It
Hey there,
was.
Pseudo here. That was definitely the bounty hunter who attacked you when you picked up Jeppy. But it looks like they're gone already. No trace. Weird. Whatever they want, they're biding their time. Just stay alert, I guess.
Thanks.
Honey, there's people climbing the building again.
Did you take your meds, baby?
No, there's really people out there, and they have talking guns.
Okay, baby. Whatever you say. Let's get you to bed, all right?
What was that all about? Someone just started their stream. Oh shit.
Away we go!
Oh, how much higher we gotta go? I know you're the one doing all the climbing, but I'm still getting tired.
This is actually a really nice garden, right? Wouldn't it be lovely to have a garden like this? What? I have a heart. I like nice, quiet things too. I'm not all stabbing and killing. Don't pigeonhole knife me.
Yep, we clinking chains today, baby. You know it. No, beefed it is bad. Beef it is when you miss it. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Oh, I need to, hold on. Wrong guy, wrong guy, wrong guy, wrong guy. There we go.
Need us for something?
There we go. Shit. The ball 2 just here. Thank you, Casberty. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do, but well, not that, obviously.
See that slimy lug blob? Yeah, me too.
Okay. Oh, what? That thing fucking jumps me. Holy shit, I didn't even realize.
Ha! Ha!
Relax, homie.
Gus could handle this.
Okay. Gus? Oh, right. His thingy. There we go. Okay, they're just teaching me how to use all the abilities. Every one of them.
Hey there, Pseudo here. We've got a visual on the pet tower. Proceed with extreme caution. It would be a real shame if you just fell off the side of the building right now. So don't do that. I know that by telling you not to do it, I'm only making you want to do it more, but trust me, there's no benefit. There's no achievement, nothing, no secret. You'll just waste some time and then respawn. Stay strong. You can't let those intrusive thoughts win or else we'll all be dead.
Nice weather we're having, eh?
Excuse me?
I said, nice weather we're having, huh?
Please don't speak to us. I'm quite fond of tall buildings like these. They provide great vantage
get
points
achievement?
for murdering.
Oh, no. I got dad's all, folks. How far? Oh, my fucking God. How far back? Fuck off, game.
Oh my God, you fell off! What's wrong with you? I told you not to
there
fall
we go.
off!
There we go.
I said it would be a real shame, and you went and did it anyway. But I guess it was fine. I guess you just got reset or something. Not sure how that's supposed to work in world. We don't have a cool diegetic explanation for that. Sorry. It's just magic, I guess. Who knows? Let's just forget about it and move on. Don't fall off again, okay?
There it is. I let the intrusive thoughts win. Okay, so I need 3 things. Oops. Okay. I need this, guys. Okay. Is that not what I'm supposed to do? God damn it. Also, I don't know where the fuck this thing goes. It goes over here. Over there, down there. Oh, okay. There we go. There we did it. Okay.
We've arrived.
Great work.
Okay.
That penthouse is
We
no
made
doubt
it.
protected by a top-of-the-line military-grade security lockout system. There should be a penetration point in the window ceiling you can exploit to enter.
Enter James Stevenson's penthouse. Okay. Oh.
Great. You found the penetration point. Now head in.
Just shoot it. Okay, fuck.
Something's amiss. I'm not sensing any presence here.
Shit. Looks like we just missed him.
We didn't pick up anyone leaving the apartment on our radar. He must still be in there somewhere.
Either that, or there's another way out.
How you like this compared to the first?
I mean, it's good. The first was definitely better, but it's still pretty good. I'm still having a good time playing it. I'd say I really, really like the first one. So like, I give that a 9. I give this one, give the first one an A-. Give this one a B.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Stevenson. This is Phantasmic Interiors returning your call about the issues with your painting portals. Our insurance policy does not cover liquid damage to clothes incurred after traveling through the portal, only during transitional period between locations. If you'd like to give us a call back and discuss this, we're available for support during regular business hours. Thanks. Have a great day.
I've mentally analysed all the hiding spots in this apartment, and I've come to the conclusion that he isn't here.
Oh my God, James Stevenson's secret toilet. Unlock the stall door.
What pit of filth have you brought me to?
Hey, finish up in there.
Yes, very smart. Take the red book. It may prove important.
100
Unbelievable.
funny ways.
He's
100
used
funny ways
painting
to
portal
pee.
technology to claim this public restroom as his own.
Ah.
Did you unlock the door? Are you done? Please tell me you're done. Okay, you unlocked the door, but are you coming out? Hello?
Hey, are you back in the penthouse? Where were you?
Painting portals. I knew it. All these rich guys have them these days. I bet he used one of these to escape.
Oh, it's his throne. Of course it's his throne. Yeah.
Come on. He's there somewhere. It's got something to do with a painting.
I know.
That's right. Hop into every painting you see and look everywhere.
How do I get up to that rail up there? That's how I'm gonna get over here. Also, the cool S logo, I love it. Ah, red book.
We're on the right track. We may need one
Hidden
more.
passages to see before you die. Return to the unlocked stall.
No apologies. The phone.
I know.
This is Stevenson speaking.
Yeah, hey, this is Grelko with your from Lunch Dash. You want me to throw it in the painting behind the secret bookshelf with the red book switch like usual?
Leave it at the door.
Whatever.
Painting behind the bookshelf.
Yeah, use my weapons, but how? Like... Oh, wait, Gus has a... Now that's just gonna bounce around forever. That's not a portal. Okay. Oh shit, what? The table is a fucking springboard? Get out of here. Fuck you. Do the deed in privacy.
What in the... Where are we? Why do you think we need that?
Wise Wizard Gentleman's pinup collection.
I can't believe he has this infinite space and he just does this with it.
Just jerked off, yeah.
These painting portals must be the key.
Yeah. Keep investigating. We're on the right track. I can feel it.
Hey,
Okay.
look at that! Secret room!
Oh shit, just took two.
There we go.
Okay.
Is
Ah,
he in
there's
there?
one.
Another painting!
His masturbatorium. Take a break from the hustle, grind the hustle, get in the grind set.
Whoa! Where the hell are we? Hello? Mr. James Stevenson, are you here? Things are looking a little N64 around here, right? It's not just me.
Get down from there so we can kick your ass.
Help me, anyone.
I fucking glitched out.
Can't
God
you just
damn
leave
it.
me alone? I don't have anywhere else to go.
Fucking glitched out, dude. I went in the dark room and
Get down
I
from
couldn't
there
get
so we
out.
can kick your ass, freak.
Help me. Help. Oh, kind stranger.
Hey, what the fuck? Are you actually friends with this freak?
We could be for all you know. Or maybe we just love conflict.
My heroes.
We're gonna pound your tight little ass into paste, you scumbag.
Can't you just...
I think that's the last of those ghouls.
Oh, gosh, thank you so much. Come on over here. Let me figure out how to repay you.
Okay, we need some answers here. Who are you? Where are we?
My name's Apples. Slow down a minute. I'll answer all your questions in due time, good traveler. But first, your reward. Take this. Spy-only peso.
What? Come on, man. That's nothing.
Look, that's all I had left to my name. I was banished to these woods long ago.
No, it's
if
Bingle.
I could give you more, I would.
Legally
Maybe I
distinct
can
Tingle.
answer those questions.
Gingle.
We're looking for someone named James Stevenson. Do you know him?
Doesn't ring a bell. But I know who can help you find him. The Blue Wizard. He knows everything. I can take you to him. But first, anything else I can tell you about?
Hey, so are you gonna tell us why you were banished?
Well, there's a great evil out there. Bad, bad people who want nothing more than to punish the good, gentle souls of this world. I'm one of the unfortunate ones. There are many like me. We are waiting for a hero to save our realm. Maybe it's you. Or maybe you just have some more questions for me.
I did. Let's do it one more time.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
Right.
Where exactly are we?
Why, we're in a special magical fantasy land, of course. If things here look a little sharper than you're used to, it's just because our biology evolved a bit differently here. What we lack in curved edges, we make up for in whimsy and fantasy. Anything else you want to know?
Yes.
All right, then. Take us to the Blue Wizard. That's our best lead.
You got it. Just follow me. The misty woods of wonder can be tricky to navigate, but I know the way.
After you little weirdo.
What the fuck was that?
Oh boy, am I glad I met you. I've been looking for a good reason to get out of these woods ever since those wicked townspeople banished me here. I mean, those are some damn cruel people in that village. The vibes of that place are so bad. It's almost like they did me a favor banishing me here. Sure, there's the occasional ghoul attack, but for the most part, I get lots of time for self-care and to just, be myself. Those villagers really hate it when you're your own person. They're such conformists. I can't believe I used to think I was happy there. Here in these woods,
This is on purpose, and I hate it.
And now that you're here, we can be
This
happy
all
together.
looks the same to me.
The friends in the woods. That's what we are. And the best thing about being friends in the woods is that we can get into all kinds of trouble just by ourselves.
Jesus fucking
It's gonna be
Christ.
so much fun. I mean, yeah, sure. I want to get out of here just as much as you do, but what's the rush,
Oh,
I'm starting to feel like we might be
sure.
getting more lost.
Whatever you say. Outlaw, I don't know about this guy. He's a bit weird.
Oh, you're probably wondering what's the deal with Prismaria. Basically, all you need to know is that the people on this planet may look simple and smooth-brained, and that's because they are. They're a nasty, backwards people who don't take kindly to anyone who looks and
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and quit right there for the day because, or not quit totally, but quit this game because we got some disc golf coming up and I gotta pee first. So we're gonna see what that guy has to say tomorrow for about 4 hours. And then I'm on vacation. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go pee real quick. Stick around. Me and Max, me and the gassiest Mexican, head-to-head competition time. All righty, welcome back, everybody. Just gonna change over here to Disc Golf Masters. Boom. Okay. No. Okie dokie. Oh, odds on who's fave? Good question, man. A really good question. I don't know. I don't know how long he has in it. I don't have that long. I have 2.5 hours in the game. So I'm not sure. I think he's probably still favored, but hey, any asshole can get lucky. And that's what I'm hoping for. That this asshole gets lucky. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot I have a sponsor stream tomorrow. I almost forgot I have a sponsor stream tomorrow. So half the day is going to be that and half the day is going to be High on Life. I fit one in. I managed to fit one in before we go on vacation. It's a game called Moss. Creating session. Moss looked good to me. It did. It looked like a good game. Yo, I'm Seiko. Thank you for the 52. Okay, I am in Friends, I think. Right? Yep, I'm signed in. This is okay, good. I was gonna say this is gonna suck if this doesn't work. Okay. Thought I turned that shit off.
Disc golf.
Hey, buddy.
Hold on, I can't hear you. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Disc golf.
Disc golf.
In virtual.
So you can hear me.
Disc golf?
God damn it, dude. I'm just trying to do a mic test to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you just fine. You're coming through loud and clear.
Cool. Not too loud and clear, though.
No.
Okay.
What about me? How about me?
You're great. You sound buttery, silky smooth as always. Oh my God. You're going to do that after you birdie and shit, aren't you?
No.
Liar.
Oh, no. Just a little spit out.
Jesus.
I won't much.
Yeah.
I don't use my sound bites as much as I used to, you know, when it was fresh and new way back when, however many years ago.
No, I use them as channel point redemption, so.
Yep.
I sent you the code for the private game or whatever.
I'm launching right now. How's High on Life 2?
It's good. It's good. There was a section there that I just like, I went through a part of the game. I think it was side content. I'm like, this could have been punched up a little bit and shortened.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's on point. You really do feel Justin Roiland's absence, though.
Yeah, he was in the first one, right?
Yeah.
Do they do anything to try to like sound like him or mimic? I mean,
No.
obviously they're trying to mimic the same like comedy.
Nope. I mean, the comedy, sort of, yeah. They try and keep the same tone as the first game, but
Very improvisational. Oh, I can't believe you just said that.
yeah, there is that. There are definitely some laugh out loud moments in the game for sure. And I just did the easy course first just to warm up. Default bag, calm win.
All right, let me just fire up YouTube right here.
One of my viewers wants to know: are you carrying your disc golf bag as you play?
No, I am wearing a disc golf shirt.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, it was kind of just, happenstance that it's amongst the readily accessible clean pile. And I
Oh,
was
right.
like,
yeah.
well, I'm playing a disc golf game. Might as well.
Yeah, I should have worn my jersey.
But you didn't, and we all now know that.
Yes.
Such a shame, such a sadness. I'll accept in a moment.
Okay.
That's just one moment. I have so much I'm assuming it's just like all this rain and just whatever that's like kicking up a bunch of plant farts in the air.
Oh yeah, you have
Man, I
some
am just
allergies.
clearing my throat like a motherfucker.
Sure.
It's very annoying. I know I made a fucking stream thumbnail for this. There it is. It's like, I know I have a thumbnail for this. Ezekiel underscore I.
God, I hate that underscore.
Co-op, cooperative, multiplayer. Fantastic. Yeah, I bet every time you hear it, right? I'm sure it's the best too, if they've ever said it on stage or anything like that. Ezekiel underscore I.
Yeah. No, anytime anyone says it, I'm just like, ugh. Or I have to spell it out. Ugh.
Well, it's neat. At least it's not something like, Gassy Mexican, which really kind of puts you in a box in some ways. And
That's
really
fair. Yeah,
elicits-
sure.
You didn't need to agree with that. You didn't need to tell me my name was shit. That was
No,
a probe.
first I heard of you,
failed.
I was like, what, does he fart on stream a lot? Like, is that his like gag? Is he?
And
like,
you and everybody else that has that reaction is stupid.
Not.
All right?
That's a natural reaction. That's like, oh, is he like a morning drive time like zoo flakes guy? Like, hey, we got Pony and Gassy Mexican here. Gassy, what are you doing? That's what I thought. Okay, let's see. It is 7:30 a.m. on the dial.
I've said this before to on stream, but how the fuck do I get to quick match lobby play? The fuck?
I put a code in Discord.
I guess it's lobby. Yeah, join with code. There it is. Ben Schwartz.
That name sounds familiar. Oh, we're wearing the same
he's-
shirt. No, this can't be.
It's the most stylish one.
I know.
Ben Schwartz, the guy who's like, fuck, what was you? He voices Sonic in the Sonic movies.
Oh,
He's in a bunch
Ben
of comedy
Schwartz, yeah,
stuff.
the
improv guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got like black kind of curly hair.
Hold on.
He's in
what-
that,
he's-
don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. He's
no,
the guy
what I
in
know,
that
what I
scene.
know him from is
He's been in everything.
She's the worst. She's the worst.
I don't know what that is, but you
It's
know who
from
I'm talking about.
Parks and Rec.
So, yeah. The worst. That. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
John Ralphio, that's the one.
John Ralphio, that's the guy. Yeah. So he was at a Rainbow Six Siege launch event or tournament event or whatever. You know, they bring in some celebrities. So they had like him on a team, and then they had I'm gonna blank on his name. Lego Batman, or Batman in Lego movie, and fucking the horse guy, BoJack Horseman.
Oh, Will Arnett.
Will Arnett, thank you. So they had the two of them there. I was playing on Will Internet's team, and we're standing on the, we're like part of the creator talent there, you know. We're teamed up, and Ben Schwartz, while we're standing there and they're doing their announcement stuff, he's just like, he looks over to me and he's like, "So Gassy Mexican, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know. It's just an old name that kind of stuck." He's like, "So that's your name for like ever, huh?" I'm like, "Oh God, dude, don't, come on. I don't need this right now."
Yeah.
I know. Ugh.
Dude, that sounds like the
Hated it.
time that oh God, I can't remember his name. He played Radagast the Brown. His name is like Sylvester something.
Yeah, I know you're
something
talking about.
Sylvester.
Acclaimed, critically acclaimed
Doctor Who.
actor.
Yeah. I interviewed him once, and I could not stop saying awesome because he pointed it out.
Yeah.
He said something, and I went, "Oh, that's awesome." And he goes, "Oh, is it awesome? Is it awesome? Does it fill you with awe?" And I'm like, okay. Anyways, so what else you up to? "Oh, that's awesome. There it is again. Awesome." I'm like, "Fuck, I can't stop saying it, Radagast. God damn it." Yeah, Sylvester McCoy. Thank you.
Yeah. And Finn says, "Did you guys smoke a blunt before this round? If not, you aren't real disc golfers." We did not.
I'm not a real disc golfer. I never claimed
Not
to
a
be.
disc. Yeah. I mean, it's apparent.
You can ready up if you want.
No, I cannot, because you're choosing default bag. Default bag, do personal.
Oh, okay. Can I back out and do
Well,
that?
I guess we could do one that's, hold on, I got my fucking raid sound in my head and I can't hear a goddamn thing. Who made this song? Who put this as our raid alert? Me, right. One moment, it's almost done. Don't leave. Thank you for the raid, Lima. Appreciate you. But
I can't hit it.
ill-timed. Yeah, so no, you can have
There we go.
We could do default though and just use the same disc for a little warm up, and then if you
Ooh.
want, have you unlocked many discs? Have you
Oh
looked
my
at the like
God.
little?
No.
They got kind of like a battle passy sort of thing. How many points do you? You know what? Go to the fucking menu.
They
real
have
quick. Go to the menu.
Discmania bag, Latitude 64 bag, West Side bag, DD bag, and then
Yeah.
mixed bag 1 through 3, and then personal.
As you play through like the single player and stuff, and I think even just our rounds get you some stuff depending on how you play. You earn like their coins or whatever, and then it's kind of almost
I've
like a
unlocked
battle
like
pass system.
Yeah, I've unlocked like 3 discs.
Okay, so you do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well,
Wanna
we
just
can do
do
whatever. You
personal?
can use your discs. We can just sure.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's do it up. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Muting for a quick second.
Oh shit! Right.
Here we are. Yay.
Okay.
Here we
Oh, no.
get here.
God
Jesus,
damn it! I
what
was
the
just
fuck
I
happened
picked
there?
up my controller and
What in the
I
goddamn shit was
fucking
that?
threw it.
That was fucking weird as hell.
Wait a minute. Isn't it your turn?
Yeah, I'm going. We just
Oh,
go.
we
at
just go at the same
kind of
time? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that was
That was a little wide.
fucking terrible, dude.
Bet you wish you had that back,
Yeah, I do.
but you don't. So, you know.
Yeah. Bang it. Bang chain. Nice. Starting off good. Fuck me. Fuck me, dude. That sucks so bad.
Sorry for your loss.
Okay.
Okay. Mid range, right? The fuse. Maybe I want that. No. And Explorer probably.
Sit down,
fine.
sit down, sit down. God damn it.
I'll go like that and give it a little. Hip.
Can I see your disc flying or no?
Yeah. Ooh, it slowed down. It's right behind you.
Oh, there you are. Yep. Okay, I see you. Okay, so we just occupy the same space at the same time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you knocked my shit out! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh no!
You made my shit spit out.
I didn't make nothing spit out. All right.
God damn you.
Let's do forehand. Oop, nope. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay. I need a little more curve on that. But oh, nice bounce though.
Probably that would be good.
Here it comes.
Naturally.
You need a little more. Got some work to do.
Not too far though.
Nope. Not too far. But far enough to miss. Oh, spit that shit
bang
out.
in the middle.
Spit that shit out. God damn it. Okay. I don't do this on the actual golf course. Just to let you guys know.
No. He's very calm.
But in a video game. No, I don't talk shit like that. I don't root for you to fail.
No.
But in a video game, I definitely will.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You do know how to do a run up, right? In case you wanted to.
I do, but it doesn't seem to add a lot of distance. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Okay, I'll try it.
You don't have to. I'm just, saying stuff. See what happens here. Ooh. Kind of fucked it up a little bit, but that's fine. Oh yeah, that's actually really good. Woo, good skip. Wow. Eagle chance even.
Oh no, too much hyzer. Oh, fart on my mouth.
I think we should we'll go conservative and just go whoop like that. Yeah, just stop there. Get the tapping bird.
Oh my fucking.
Here he comes. Oh, he's sailing.
I let them pick the disc for me, and usually they pick right. This time they didn't.
Well, depend.
Eat a turd. God damn, man. Falling apart.
Just the timing all of a sudden. Gong.
Yeah.
That's good. No, don't go in the water on this one.
Yeah, I'm aware.
No one
Thank
wants
you.
that. Okay. Just want to make sure you're aware.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. Get a look. We'll get a look at it. That sucks, though. Fuck.
Dunk off this tree for me. Sit down. Am I in front of you now?
Oh, I'm in though.
Hey, you donked it in. You put a donk on it. That's out, actually. I should have took my time. No bird for me.
That's all right.
Perfect.
That's all right. Okay, let's see.
Perfect.
Where's the hole? Okay, up there.
I should have put more on it. Shooting uphill. That was dumb.
There you go. Spin it. There you go. That'll be all right. All right, your honor, sir. I'll watch. I'll be the Jomez. Here we go.
Catch cam.
And he's lining up. You can't love that lie. Oh, he's just gonna lay it up.
Nah, I just gotta get that.
He's
We're just
not
gonna
even
get the
gonna,
bird. Or
not
the,
even
the,
gonna put
the
an effort
par.
in. I don't blame him.
I mean, that's effort.
That's a smart play. That's a real smart play.
There you go. Cash money.
Boom. Ding ding.
Is this game worth the full price of playing solo, or should I just wait for discount? How much do you like disc golf games? It's not a finished game.
How many have you played?
It's also not, a finished game.
Is that too much?
Nor is
Nope.
it a finished game.
Not too much. Perfect. Bullseye, baby.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Oof. I should not have used that putter. Or put more juice on it. That's all right. We're going to stick this long putt. Here we go.
I'm ready. Better jump putt it while you can.
Damn.
Oh! Ding-a-ling, dang-dong. I heard it. Oof. All right.
499. Going that way. Sure.
Okay. Let's switch it up.
Why not? I'll do that. This. Like that.
Anything about 80% power? Oh, that wasn't near enough power. Jesus. I thought it was going to go further. That's my fucking distance driver. Why is it not going further before it breaks?
Well, did you throw it incorrectly?
I'm not answering that.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. Sneak it through the trees.
Donk off that tree.
Oh, fuck. Right in the
Good
leaves.
bounce.
Damn it. All right. Your second shot is way better than mine. Okay, I got to spin this one. Spin is X. There we go.
Calvin's pretty emotionless too. Yeah, he is. He's a very stoic player. I think it's intentional though.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, whiffed it. Whiffed it. Gotta save the bird though. Can't let it get to me. Gotta save the bird. Are you fucking kidding me? I aim below the band. Why is it doing this to me? What have I done to you to make you do this?
It is fucking hilarious to just sit there waiting and then all of a sudden you see dong right off the top band. It's better not looking at you when you're throwing it, you know?
Yeah. Canopy.
You know what? I think.
Okay. Roller, roller. Oh my God, where are you going, you stupid disc?
I'm gonna aim here. See what happens. Oh, we're hitting trees. That was doomed from the start. Too much nose up.
Yep. Oh, bullseye.
Too much.
Bully.
Alrighty.
Ooh, you got some guardians, dude. There you go. That's a lot of Heisey.
Yeah, that's more than I wanted.
All right. All right.
Not as familiar with that disc. I should have used the
All right,
Explorer.
Heimberg. Show me how it's done.
I'm doing the thing right now. Ready?
Do it. Saki it.
Okay. Just doing the hand movements, you know.
And oh,
Let's go!
That was nice. That was some cash money. Nice work. All right. That was a good warm up.
Holy shit, he's Calvin.
Yes, I know my final score. Thank you. Shut up.
Woo!
Move on.
Woohoo! 600.
That first shot was perfect though. Just like boom, boom, because I was picking up my controller.
All right, here we go. Whoop. Oh shit.
Now, oh, there we go. Okay. Let's cue it and go to Minoka Springs. You want to up the difficulty? Do a little blue?
Apologies. Muted.
All good.
Yeah, you can make a difficult. You can put some wind and stuff if you want on.
I don't like
Sounds
wind.
good to me.
I'm gonna put the.
Oh, well,
I'm just making the
you
holes a
mean
little bit more difficult.
Just do a different, configuration on it.
Yep, we're doing blue
We'll
on
just play
Minoka.
through. We'll just play through all the different layouts because I think if you play through all the layouts on different maps, it's like 9 different layouts.
Yeah.
It equates to like 9 courses kind of deal.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, ready. Up. There we go.
Yep. Let me. Yep.
All right, now this one's for real. That was a warm up. This one's for real.
Yeah, no, this one's for real.
This one actually matters.
This one for the real.
Okay, distance driver. What is the first number on your distance driver?
Speed.
Yeah.
Well, on any disc.
No.
Speed.
What is yours?
The one I'm using right now is 13.
Okay, mine too.
It's a Gould. Probably the same one if I had to guess. So it's like the first one you can unlock ish.
Roll. Skip. No, that's too much. Skippy, where are you going? Don't go to out of bounds, you dipshit.
Oh, this one you got to be careful too.
You got to
of the,
really
the
overcut
water.
it to the right.
Well, just the water too in
Oh,
general.
the fucking water. Okay, hold on. I got this. 46.
You should be good.
I'm still figuring out like what like my disc, how far my disc can go. Like on.
Yeah, it takes a bit too. I'm still figuring out some of them too. I don't know how all of them do. Is that the UI you see in your brains when you're flinging?
Oh my god, that was too far. That was way too far. Fuck's sake. Yep, I knew it too.
I'm just gonna lay this up, I think.
Yep, I should have been a
Holy
should have
shit,
been
we
a
almost went into
fucking
water.
Yeah, I did too. Should have been a push putt
baby
or
dip.
should have been a spin putt.
I kind of spin putt everything. It's just more reliable. I can get more
Oh, do you?
distance.
What, you got a birdie on that and going in the water?
No, I didn't go in the water. I said you have to avoid going in the water.
Okay, I see.
That one I 100% just I have more experience on that hole. That's it. This one too can be tricksy with the water. You either want to go short or make sure you clear.
I only have one mid range.
Me too. I have the fuse, which I assume that's yours as well.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go soft.
Yeah, I went a little too hard.
We'll skip right before.
Okay,
Give me a
90. I can go 92 meters with my mid range. That's fucking crazy.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice. Ding ding.
Bang bang. Bang bang. No. Bum bum bum. Yeah. Star frame.
Star frame.
My God, look at you knowing what that is.
All right, hold on. This one's for you, Max.
Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke.
There you go.
There you go. I heard bits and pieces, but I know what it was.
Yeah, I got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. Okay, so this guy, you need to really cheat right for this guy because that fucking drift is harsh.
Ugh, hit those leaves. That would have been bomb.
Don't. There you go. Oh, you fucking me too. Hit those leaves. I went less than you did.
Sit down. Go in. Go in.
Get out of here. Nice
I
one, dude.
I banged off the cage.
Nice work, dude. That's some good work.
He doesn't mean that. He wishes me to suffer.
Oh. Little kick off the tree. Nope. Just in the bullseye.
Oh, perfect. Delta, what's up?
Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay. Oh, shit. Is everything else OB or no? Because usually when they
No.
do that, okay.
No, this is not an OB. It's just
Okay. God, what are you percentaging? What are you putting on it?
I'm doing 94, a slight tippy top to the left, slight hyzer angle with a putter, and then going up to hopefully make it come back. Worked out pretty good.
Oh, mine did not go very far at all. I must have been using a different disc.
Here he goes.
Oh,
shot.
come on. It was on target. Fuck's sake.
He's gonna wish he had that one back. A little
Yeah,
blinker, a little
yeah.
blinky do there.
Man, you hate to
Little
see
donkey
it. He's just falling apart. All
Well,
right.
here's a challenge for him to see if he can keep his mental fortitude. He's been known in the past to crumble a little bit under that kind of a. He's his own worst enemy, really.
There you go.
Let's do this.
Oh, even more than I thought. Fuck's sake. Bounce, give me a good kick. Okay. Okay.
Hit the fucking trees. That's all right. Got through though.
All right. 46 meters with a putter.
Please stop skipping. I'm rolling right in front of you, right there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. It's right on me. Yeah, dude.
It's really funny. Eagle opportunity here.
I just don't know, like.
Go for it.
I don't know how much. That's the thing that I don't know is like how much power can I put on this?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 3-speed putter. Is that it? Oh my God!
Man,
That was
almost the eagle.
beauty. Shit, almost eagled
Little
it.
tapping bird.
Damn,
Nice
dude,
job.
that'd have been pretty sweet.
This one we got a full 18 too. We got the back 9. Lot of golf to play, as they say.
Yep. There we go. There you go. That's a beaut. That's a beaut. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Oh my God, lay down. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. 7 meters. That's a push putt. I can push putt 7. There we go. Ooh, a little high on the chains. A little high on the chains, but we got
I
it.
didn't see it.
Ooh. Had a lot of resistance on the top of those chains.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what? You know what I love?
266.
I love that when you're listening to Joe Mez talk about it, every once in a while they'll just call it frisbee golf and no one cares.
I know, yeah. I mean, people still do.
Okay.
This with a decent.
Do it. That should be good. That actually should be a good angle. Yep. Yep. Oh, you need to curve a little bit more. Oh, you fat fucking bitch ass. Sorry.
It's fine.
Can I swear? Is your channel okay with swearing? Ugh, 17 meters. I gotta fucking spin it. I gotta spin it. And I gotta get out here.
Does disc golf come with drinks too? People do drink, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can.
That's in. That's money. I
That
knew
was
it
good.
right when
Good
it left
putt.
my hand. Right when it left my hand. I knew it.
Good putt.
God damn. I gotta catch up 3 strokes. I need you to fuck up, dude. You're birdie and
Yeah,
everything.
I've been-
You have
I've
nothing
been
but
pretty-
birds, man.
I don't want to not birdie, you know what I mean? Okay, let's do this. And go a little bit like that and just let the disc do the work. Should come around.
Oh,
give it
that
a
was
little bouncy do.
way overthrew that fucking thing. God damn it. Way overthrew it. Where'd you end up? Oh, nice. You're good. That's about right outside circle 1. Nice work.
Thank you, sir. There it is. Looks
What
bang
the
on.
fuck? I even went
little
lower.
high. Hits the
I even went
van.
lower.
No mez it. No mez it.
Damn, slow mez.
Well, slow mez is
Let's
when they
see
make
the-
it. You didn't make it, all right?
Oh, is that okay? I know it's slow mo.
Yeah.
Okay.
A no mez is they almost made it, but didn't. Alrighty, I'm gonna go with Mega Mall.
That was a
Yeah.
bad fucking throw. That I missed. Are you now? You play keyboard mouse or you play controller?
Controller.
Okay. Just curious. Me too.
Cut. Get slowed by the trees. Oh, love it.
And now that was too low. Are you fucking kidding me? Man, I gotta figure out this putting situation.
I'm a bit of a heater right now.
Yeah, you're perfect. You're doing a perfect game right now. All birdies, no bogeys.
All right, forehand for sure.
God, I hate this one. It has so much flip. I'm changing. Can I change? Oh, this is my only distance. Fortress, I
Keep it
guess.
low.
Nope.
That's nice. Stay in bounds.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, stay in bounds.
Me. I hit the tree. I didn't even see it. Didn't even see that goddamn thing. See, look at all that angle. God damn, I gotta throw it lower. Don't you
Oh, no.
piece of
To get a bird.
shit!
Streak might be broken here. Can he squeak one by? Yep, that's gonna be a broken streak, but that's fine.
Yeah, dude, I'm bogeying. Double bogey, I think. Oh, no, just bogey. Just a single. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that distance driver that I have, I gotta throw it way lower because it drifts so hard.
Yeah. Ooh. 52% late. That's going to kill all the power. But it should be fine.
Yeah, mine's terrible. Oh, there's a 5 too. Par 5.
It's a 5. Yeah, it's forgiving.
Oh, run up. I should do the run up. God damn, dude.
It's not OB, so it's fine. I'll just play for
Nope.
the par.
No.
Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. I should have done more. That should be fine, though.
Okay. I put myself in for bird, so that's good.
Woo!
Okay.
That's another one you gotta be careful with the... Is it water? I can't tell. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Well, maybe it's not water. Okay. Oh, my God. Look at that. Look at that.
What did you do, homie?
Right there. Just underneath. Bullseye.
Oh, you bullseye for bird.
It's perfect.
I had
That was
to
perfect.
bird it in. I had to throw mine in from 17 out. Just saying, you know, not all of us can be you. Oof. You can make this. You can definitely make this.
Yeah, you can ace run that one.
How'd you do?
Just next to you.
Oh, right, me. Okay.
I just seen you turn. Like the, no, wait, don't go. Look at me. Just look at me like. That's how we do it in real life too. We're crouched over in our throwing or putting stance, and we go.
And you don't, you don't move. You just like a statue. Okay. 101 meters. Got a little on there.
I'm gonna do this and give it one of these and not think about it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, the leaves
That's
slowed
really
it
good,
down
actually.
way more than in real life. Fuck you. It would have blasted through those. Eat a shit.
I will not eat a shit.
I will not eat a shit. That's going off the tree. Yep. Well. Oh, well.
Nice little gimme putt here. And there it is.
God damn, dude. One par. Only one.
Yeah. Trying to bird
Crushing
the
it,
rest.
dude. Crushing it.
This one's a tough one because of that lower ceiling. To get the distance, you want to go higher, but you really have to throw a very specific shape in order to make it work. So I think I'm going to do this.
God damn, those leaves slow it down like half. It goes half the distance it would if you hit any leaves, and I think that's ridiculous.
Fucking leaves.
You too? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Oh, that's such a...
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
you too.
I wanted it though.
Such
I really
a
wanted the birdie.
disgusting sound.
It's funny too because it's a sound that any disc golfer knows. Like it'll echo throughout the fucking forest.
Yes.
You're like, tong.
No, it goes right
And
up
then
your spine.
Every now and then you hear a fuck.
Yeah.
That always makes me laugh when you hear someone go fuck. Ooh, don't hit it. Yep, that's fine. It's probably not birdie
There.
friendly.
Oh my
Ooh,
goodness
very nice.
gracious.
Look at that. Good job.
He's gonna be really happy with that.
Oh boy. Thank God. Nice little birdie put together there for you.
Yep. Yep.
Peppering it with a little bit of white there.
Yep. I gained one on you, God damn it! Just one. All right, this one's gonna be. Oh shit.
Yeah, okay. I know what I'm doing.
Look at that. So much drift. So much drift. It's so ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Keep it low. Keep it low. Oh my God! Why'd you give me that line if you're not gonna keep it low?
Stay in bounds. Oh boy, we're OB. Damn, what a nice throw, but holy shit, we went OB.
Can you either match play or skins on this game? I don't know what skins mean. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that means.
Skins is like what they when they play for whoever gets the best score on the thing gets the skin. You know, it's usually like $100. If there's a whole series on Go Throw, the channel Go Throw.
Oh, okay.
With Luke Humphreys, and it's usually like they get like 4 pros, you know, to come together and play a course, and if everybody birdies or pushes, it's just a push, and then the skin gets pushed to the next hole, so then the next hole would be worth $200 bucks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, what are we doing here?
So skins is like if you do a bad hole, you can kind of shake it off. Jesus, that was a nice fucking toss.
Thank you, sir.
Good Lord.
This game will help you too, though, kind of visualize a little bit, like, and think about different angles.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, nozzles.
Yeah, this one's tough. This one's a tough one. I am not playing for. I'm not trying to be a hero, so we're gonna go like this, and probably just go like that. Give it a good bit, and just hit those trees and lose all of our steam, and give ourselves kind of a shitty place to throw from. So.
No, my God, that fucking bounce! Are you kidding me? Fuck me, God. That was brutal.
And you can hear there he's not very happy with it.
That is cruel and brutal. I hate it so much. I hate this fucking distance driver. It's terrible. It has so much drift.
I am not making it over with that 30% laid up. It's moving to a line. It's fine.
I can't make the whole 109 this. Can I? There's no way. I'm going for it. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, it's whatever. This is a tough one.
Oh, hit the fucking leaf. A leaf. It hit a leaf.
Yeah, you're lice. Just notice. Hey, lice. I know you meant live. What's up, Lentilla? You hate throwing over water IRL? I mean, it can be fun, but it's terrifying also, depending on how big. Like that, throwing over that. I would be pretty confident close to the edge of the water. You know what I mean? Like in an ideal spot, I'm pretty sure I'm getting over that. It's still going to be a little, you know, you can always fuck up your throw, right? I'm a little more confident than I used to be. Just because I'm more confident in my throws, I'm a little more consistent now. Oh boy.
No, I'm doing this on purpose so I can fucking figure it out.
Yeah.
That was Leafs. Again, 2 Leafs half the distance.
I will say though, like depending on the type of like water I'm throwing over, I probably am not throwing my favorite disc. I'm probably throwing the backup, something I'm okay losing.
Look at that. Look at how much drift it has. It's fucking insane. It's not even getting there. Nope. I was trying to duff it in the ground.
Off a tree.
There we go. That's a better shot. I can make this one hopefully across the water.
I will say though, the last time I went into the water, I eventually came back after my round was done, and I waited in that fucking water to get
out of here. Oh my god. It
was the same disc that I've now retired. I have a green version of this disc, the Aaron Gossage like neutron reactor. It was my first ace disc, and I was like, you know what? I really don't want to lose that, and I think if I find it, I'm just going to retire it. I don't know how many people necessarily have their first ace disc, and I think that would be really cool to have, so I did do that. I retired that one, a trail that was signed by Nicolas Antala, and a P2X that was signed by Gannon when they were here at the Barbasol Open.
That was such a cool tournament to be a part of, man.
Man, dude, you and I both lucked out.
Yeah.
Having that be our first tournament. What a fucking tournament to be at. Holy shit. I'm also proud too that my first ace came, like before me playing a year. I almost had like there's like 2 or 3 other times I've almost aced. So it's coming. Another one's coming. Multi-ace.
Okay.
I haven't played
Baldur's Gate.
Yet, no. Baldur.
Oh, ready up.
Yeah.
Ready. I said ready. Ready? Why
You're
is
not
my
ready.
ready not readying?
You can't tell me to ready when you're not ready, sir.
No, it knows I'm pressing it because it's making a little like blurp, 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 but it's not readying for whatever reason.
Well, I'll unready. You can always reform the lobby if it's a problem.
Huh.
Hey, you and I might have some coins to spend too. Let's reform it.
Okay.
I have 3 coins.
I have 5, actually.
I could get a P2 Pro Putter. And after that, there's an MD1. Okay.
Okay, what causes the drift? What number? Which position?
Turn?
I guess, yeah.
The 3rd one?
So if it's 0, it shouldn't be like curving as much.
Well, what disc are you throwing? Let's start there.
It's the VIP print. It's 13503. And it just like, no matter what I do, it just like I throw it and it just curves so much at the end. It's like a fucking fish hook. It curves so much.
At the end, that would be the fade.
The fade, there you go.
So that's the last number.
Okay, so I want a lower number
I
there.
thought you were talking about initial curve. Yes.
Okay.
You would want more of like a neutral to lower number on that. If I'm correct, and I could be wrong. I'm not going to pretend to understand all the numbers. I have an idea. I, in theory, know what they mean. You know what I mean? But a lot of discs, really, it's just.
Well, in a video game, it matters.
Yeah, but same thing though. Like, you know, the numbers tell you what the disc kind of is supposed to do, but that will change depending on how you throw, how you play. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't have another option for a distance driver. Do you?
Do you have some coins?
I do have 5.
Yeah, well then go into the reward track.
That's where I'm at.
And then I've been throwing the Gould, which I think needed to be, it's like the top right. You have to unlock a few before that. There's also, I think, there is the Fortress.
Oh, the Gould, like, how do I, it doesn't even tell me it's a distance driver. Because you have to buy the Malm first.
Yeah, you do have to buy the Malm first, which is also, I believe, a distance driver, is it not?
10.
Yeah.
10.
The Malm is a good disc.
10's fairway.
No, that's not true.
There we go. Guild. There we go. The Gould is more of what I want.
The Malm, a 10, you can have a 10, you can have a 9 distance driver.
No, I'm just saying the higher left number, the more distance is supposed to go, right?
No, I mean, potentially. That's just how much speed that you need to throw it properly, like to get it, you know what I mean? To get optimal results with it.
Yeah.
To make all the rest of the other numbers kind of work. You throw it at higher speed, yes.
I'm gonna see if this one's better because it's got the same fade, but the stability is minus 0.5.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is the same except for that third digit.
I like the Gould. It took me a second a little bit to figure out, how to throw it. Obviously, you're going to get the most out of it when you do like a run up. And depending on the situation, you might like for instance, if I'm throwing like a long distance shot and the shot shape is, I want it to like curve around to the right, as it goes. I might do like a run up. This is the Gould I'm talking about. Do a run up and then put the disc a little bit on hyzer on a forehand. Depending on how much distance I want it to go, the more hyzer I give it, you know what I mean? So that way, as it's taking that distance, it gives it some time to flip up a little bit and then come through on the right. I don't know what I want. What up, Elasmo? Oh. I'll tell you what, I'll change my shirt. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Don't change your shirt.
Oh, okay.
I'm changing my shirt. You are not allowed to change your shirt. I might get this fairway driver, actually. What are they got after that? Yeah, I'll get that. And then I'll save maybe. No. I guess I get that. Cool.
Oh, there we go. There's the fade on that one. Oh, okay. The fade on this one is much better. It goes straighter and then it fades.
It shows you too. Yeah, if you look in the disc collection, which is really nice that I like that they do in this game because these are real discs.
Yeah.
You can see the ideal like shot and how far it'll go and fade and how that all translates, if you throw it perfectly.
Yeah. Okay.
That control driver is really nice. Brave, go like that. Okay. Okay. Judge. All right. Let me change my clothes to my new shirt. Wait.
All right, I'm creating the session.
Okay.
JPB 8DC.
Really can't, no matter where you go, you can't get away from JP, huh?
Nope, can't. No way.
JPB A3C?
8DC.
Oh, 8DC, got it. Unable to join. Failed to join the selected room.
Okay, hold on. I'll type it to you just in case.
Oh, I heard G. JPB. That should be fine now. I'm a ninja. I'm a samurai, rather. See that?
Oh yeah, nice. I like that. Okay. Ready. There. Now it worked. The ready up worked this time. I like the hat and the glasses too.
Thank you.
How do you melee in this game?
Ooh, a beast at the start.
Ooh, a par 5. Oof. All right.
Yep. So I'm gonna go like this. Give it some of this action.
Don't you fucking... Okay. Oh my God, the skip on this. Jesus. I swear to God, it's like L-shaped. Like my shot is L-shaped. It goes that, and then it turns, and then it hits the ground, and it keeps going.
That'll work. Give me some good ground play. Yeah, that'll do it. Why am I not surprised watching you play this game? What does that mean? You're not surprised that I'm playing it? You're not surprised that you're watching it? Also, hello. We're just gonna go for the salad bird.
Fucking hell, dude. I got a fucking little tiny tree right in my way. And I'm gonna hit it. I just know it.
All right, I've seen you play live. Yeah. Eventually, one of these days, once I get my live stream shit set up, we'll
dude, sneak under that fucker. There you go. Okay, well, yeah. What do we expect?
Until I get live stream set up, though, again properly. Jesus God. Unfortunately, the person I use kind of fucked me over. I'm gonna do recording. I'll bring the Osmo out there, and I got a monopod and everything. So maybe one of these next times, me and Zeke get out there. Maybe maybe I'll record.
Ugh. I had to save a par.
Yeah, the one benefit of this, like live streaming right now, it's doable, but you don't have to worry about if you wait a little bit. When it gets a little cooler, you don't have to worry about stuff getting overheated as much.
Just so I know, I'm using the gold, the distance driver gold, the same as you are.
Okay.
How do you get it to go like anywhere near straight? Like if I want to go, if I want to be between me and the pin, that's where I want to put the disc, is between me and the pin.
Yeah, so I usually am not throwing this straight and flat, just FYI.
Okay, right.
Right, so I'll talk you through what I'm doing right here.
Okay.
We'll see if it translates.
Okay.
I'm going to switch to forehand because I want it to come back from the water, right? Obviously. Okay. I'm probably going to do a run up, just because me.
Okay.
I want that extra distance. So I'm looking straight at the pin right now, kind of level. And now I'm going to probably move it a little bit left and a little bit up.
Okay.
And then my angle is going to be a slight hyzer.
So, southwest?
I mean, even if you want to bring up the stream and just look at what I'm doing.
I don't.
All right.
Starting southwest?
Cardinal directions? The fuck? Do we have a compass?
Oh my fucking God, dude. You don't know southwest?
No, but like southwest is relative.
Down? No. Where does your swing start? Down left?
Oh, you're talking about
right?
The circle.
Yeah.
Down right. It starts from down right. So the line's going southeast to north.
Okay, so you're going against the curve then.
Yeah, I'm doing because inevitably when you're throwing it on a forehand, it's gonna go and finish right?
Okay.
So if you wanted to get distance, you want to give it a little bit up in the middle, and then give it a little bit of anhyzer, which means the disc is pointing down towards the water a little bit, right?
Okay.
So as you throw it, ideally it should flip up in flight, and it gives it time to get that distance before finishing and plunging into the ground.
Okay, I didn't even think about going against the curve, so let's try that. Let's see what
100%,
happens.
yeah.
Okay, that worked really well.
I'm gonna fuck mine. Ooh, I might get safe. Boom. Yeah. See.
Yeah, dude, we're right next to each other. Do you see me?
But yeah, I do.
Turn around,
look. There he is. There's that guy. Look who threw a good bomber.
Oh, gonna do a 360 no scope.
But that's what I mean by like shot shape. So you do kind of same thing with the backhand. If the shot shape in the hole is like drifting to the left,
Yeah.
you would use a backhand depending on the distance, maybe a run up if you wanted to go real far, and then just adjust your angle based on how much you want it to stay in the air before it inevitably does its fade at the end.
Right. Okay.
This also is a really important lesson to learn, like just for disc golf in real life, right?
Yeah.
Opens up a lot more like possibilities and shot shapes and angles and things.
Oh,
Gives you more options.
there you go. Okay, sit down.
Yeah, I'm just playing.
You're rocking the boat. Sit down. You're rocking the boat. I got to tap in. Feeling good.
Very nice. Ooh, I almost spit to the left a little. Yeah, that should make things yeah, because I think before you were just like, I'm gonna throw it flat, and then it's just obviously gonna go where it goes based on the numbers and all that.
Yep. Okay. So 112, I can make 112. But I do want to go a little bit against the curve because I want it to go straighter.
Oof, too high. Oh, what a terrible roll. Stop rolling. Fuck me.
Okay. Okay, a little bit. I'm getting it a little bit more. I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have done a run up though. I didn't know it wasn't going to go that far.
Ugh, what a terrible fucking lie, dude. This is awful. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to use this. We're going to go like that. Fucking tree, piece of shit ass, fucking shitty ass motherfucker.
Oh, donk.
To save the par.
Hit the pole.
He's going for it. Should not have gone for it. Saved by the tree.
No, I went against the curve.
Bogey in a while.
I went this way, and the curve goes that way. I thought I did, at least.
Disgusting red on my card.
Ugh. Okay. Ooh. Yep, I'm gonna aim right for that tree, and you're gonna curve around it. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh my God, that was a beaut, Clark. It was a beaut.
She's a beaut, Clark. She's a beaut. Oh. Now I'm having some troubles. Shouldn't have taught you what you know now.
You shouldn't have taught me how to do it. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have taught me how to do it, boy.
No, it's all right. I want the game to be more interesting.
Terror. R&R terror. If I'm going against my curve, that means the green line is going up to the left, and I go like this. That's against my curve. That's what I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. That's what I thought I did in the last one.
Holy shit!
Where
what the
are
fuck
you
even just
going,
happened?
sir?
That was
Get
not
the
what I did. That's not what I did. I don't
You
understand.
fucking made it inbounds.
They must have.
Oh my God, that was such a fucking beauty. On accident, you prick.
All right, this is recoverable. It's okay. Maybe. Did this not count a stroke against me?
You're not OB.
This feels OB. What the
You
fuck?
missed the water by a fucking
Oh, the water.
yard,
I
by a
just
mile.
assumed it was OB by the. Yeah, never mind. Okay.
Okay, we're fine. That didn't near have the distance that I was hoping.
This is a makeable putt.
Oh my fucking God. Fuck me.
Damn.
Dude.
Somehow recovered from that. I got really lucky.
Yeah, oh my God, there's no fucking way. Can I fucking
Where are you right
Can I
now?
tomahawk it? You can if you press
No.
right bumper, left bumper, you can get like right on my shoulder, I think.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah, you're in the woods.
Fuck me, dude. I don't even know what I can do.
Do you have anything on the left? Like if you lean out to the left on a forehand?
Oh, hold on.
Or you could do a backhand and just really fucking...
Okay, lean out to the left on a forehand.
Yeah,
oh, it won't
stay on
let
a
me.
forehand.
It won't let me.
Oh, it won't, probably because you're like, you're blocked or something like that, your footing. Or leaning out to the right, yeah. You might be able to find something. Usually it tells you like obstacle something.
Yeah.
It doesn't always say
it. Doesn't tell you
can
obstacles
still...
if it's just leaves, though. I've noticed.
Yeah. This Golf IRL is so much fun. It is so much fun. It's raining way too much right now to...
I don't even know what to do here.
Just got done making stuffed burgers. Nice. What about that backhand shot? What if you, yeah, like put it like a heavy Anheuser and try to just give it the beans, miss everything, hit the gap, and hope that it, you know... Wow.
I don't even know if this is gonna.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that wide.
Not that wide.
It's still gonna. It's a back. It's still a backhand, so it's gonna want to finish to the left, right?
Right.
No, the left.
No, I know what we're looking at here.
What about that gap right in front of you?
Okay.
Right between these trees, look in line with stuff. Try to like get it to the right, and then give it some business. Have it angle a little bit to the like to the right, as in like an Anheuser angle, you know.
Okay.
So that way it goes out on the fairway. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you just wanted a little bit more on that angle.
Yep.
To counteract that.
Son of a bitch, though. What a... Oh my fucking god! And it's not any better. Son of a...
That's all right. I mean, you can go up there and then high angle, and then it'll drift off to the left.
For some
But
reason,
give it
this
some
one...
power, because remember you're shooting up.
Yeah.
Well, now you're doing a forehand, so it's gonna.
No, I know,
right.
but this one finishes left for some reason. The forehand on this pure putter finishes left. I don't know why. It goes against its what normally is a forehand backhand situation. Okay.
Well, I shot from this exact spot pretty much. What I did was shot on a backhand to the right. See these like guardians in front of you?
Yeah.
There's like a gap on the right there. Yeah, there you go. Now you're kind of looking at it. The biggest gap that you see there on the right of this cluster.
Yeah.
It's like, see that perfectly placed mushroom there?
Yeah.
In between?
Yep.
Just use that as a guide. That's where you're aiming, but up above. And then put it on just a little angle to the left.
Okay.
And maybe even drift your angle not so nose up, just so that way it doesn't fall down to the ground too soon, and then just give it full power. Yeah, right idea, but...
Yeah. Fuck's sake, dude.
That rock to your right is where I got to from that spot, and then I putted from there. Whoa! Oh! Oh no! Stay! What the fuck?
You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
You're going through the gauntlet right now.
Yeah.
This is where you're just like, I'm done with this hole. I'm fucking done.
There.
Let me take my quadruple bogey or whatever the fuck it is, and let me move on. And if it's early in the round, let me re-tee.
Dude, I am fucking livid right now.
+1's not terrible though, considering all of that. Could be worse. Could be raining. Oh wait, it is here in Texas.
Yep. I am. Look at that.
Hi there.
Hi there. I'm right with you, buddy.
I don't really like what I have here.
Not quite. You gonna go for it?
No, I'm just That's too much power. The trees saved me. That is
oh,
correct.
nozzles.
I used to be part of a group called The Creatures. You are correct. You're not imagining.
That's gonna be a rough one.
Fuck.
Bonk.
That's right.
Only gain 1 on you though. Gonna have to do better than that.
All right. Back to form. Let's go now.
What? It didn't flip over.
Yes. That was good. A little too much right, but I'll take it. Wow, that was a lot right. Holy shit.
Oh. Too much power. Even powered down, that was too much power. Damn it. Why can't you have a shithole and just fuck up everything? Huh?
I don't want to.
I don't want to. Okay. Oh, there you go, rolling it. Oh.
Yeah, better throw mine.
Unintentional roller.
Oh, this is scary.
Downhill.
Mm.
Get in there. Let's
nice
go.
Bird,
That was a
dude.
putt,
Nice
dude.
bird. Way to go.
Thank you.
Too bad I'm going to clean it up now at the end of this.
What was that noise?
That was me going, breathing like real fast like a dog.
Oh, okay. Ooh, yikes. Okay, so you want to finish left on this, on left of the boulder, huh?
This might be too high and nose up, but we'll see. Ooh, or it's perfect.
Okay, there you go.
Fuck you, you stupid ass bitch trees. I hate you.
There you go. That's what we want. That's what we want. Still not a lot of meters, though. I needed more meters.
Oh, this is scary.
Ooh, this is sketchy. Oh my God. Are you going to go over the water? Are you going to try and get it to the beach and then go?
I'm going to do what I have to do.
I'm going to do what I have to do. Let it fly.
I think it's fine. Oh, it's actually not fine. It's perfect.
Oh my God!
Woo!
Shut up!
I'm happy.
I don't care. I hate your happiness. Happiness hurts me. I'm gonna hit a tree. Or not.
Beautiful.
God damn it, dude. I knew I should have made that. Or did a different shot shape.
I knew I should have made that. Damn it.
Different shot shape.
What's for noms? I just got a burger with no lettuce because I don't want to shit myself. Potentially. Good try.
I hate that fucking sound, man. That fucking sound. I cannot believe that you made it
someone
over the
on
water.
Zeke's team just make that a alert. Dong.
Hilarious.
Just a trigger. All right, what do we got here? I'm gonna go like this.
All right. Okay. 106 meters. How far are you going?
I'll let you know when I land.
Okay. Are you landing over here?
I'm on the 394 feet but I landed in front of you on the left, on the trail here.
Yeah, look at that. Did you get a lot of ground play?
No. It was just forehand off to the left and then compensated so that way it drifted, or so it had more, distance.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought that's what I did. Oh, you probably did a run up, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, that's what I forgot to do. Oh!
Woo! Close.
I don't know. I'm on meters for some reason. I just never changed it
Yeah,
back.
change it to feet, you crazy. We're in America. Well, I don't know where we're disc golfing, but we're disc golfing in real life in America, okay? Fucking meters.
Fuck.
What, like I was telling Beth, I was watching some Jomez stuff, and I'm like, I understand what they're doing because they're playing in the European courses and stuff, and like Sweden and Finland and all this stuff. But when the commentators are saying like, oh, that's about like 8 meters away, I'm like, fucking just say feet. You always say feet. Now we're gonna switch it up because we're playing in Europe.
Oh, I didn't do run up again. Fuck me.
Sometimes you don't need it. Like that one, I didn't run up. I just compensated, but we had pretty similar lies. Tough putt. Nice job.
Get in there.
Fuck. I had a feeling it was gonna be short.
3 back. A lot of golf. A lot of golf left. A lot of golf left. Mando. Mando middle.
Mm-hmm. I'm just taking a mid-range. I'm gonna rip it up the middle.
Yep. I think I'm gonna do the same.
Maybe slide off to the right there. Just,
There we go.
let's see.
Try the Malm.
Please drift back. Please drift. Oh, you fucking bitch! You whore! Miss Mando! Fuck!
Ooh.
This is for par.
So sweet.
But that's okay though, because I'm gonna sink par by doing this. There it is! Oh.
Shit, don't you spit out on me, you prick.
Nice birdie. Tighten up a little bit.
Thank you.
I've been squirrely on this one. I've been leaving you the openings.
Oh, there's an OB right in the middle. There's a couple of lanes of OB.
Little tricksy. Little tricksy.
Cookies.
I'm not gonna think about it too much. Just do. Come on back now. Really dig. Oh, we're gonna bounce out. Oh my God, we didn't. That was like a fucking Ganon Burr sticky Velcro lie. Holy shit.
Yeah, you should have seen
We're like,
mine,
how the
dude.
fuck?
It was same. I'm looking down on the ground. I am a foot away from the OB.
Ah, damn it. Should have got that.
Oh my God, come on,
Good
dude.
try.
Uphill
Good
means
try.
so much for the angle of the putt or for the height that you put on the chains.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It matters so much uphill. Damn it. Okay, okay, get to the good stuff. That's a flat disc and a fucking bank off a tree, but that's okay. I should have an angle on it. Should have a look. Should have a look. Should have a look. Do I have a look? I have a look. Oh my god. Fucking leaves in my way.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, I hit one little leaf.
Terrible.
How'd you do?
Absolutely awful.
Oh no. Oh, that's a shit lie. Good recovery though.
Stay out of the
water.
water.
Oh no, not in the water.
Wait. It didn't count it as water. I'm like over the edge. I think it's because I'm still on the... I can save par with this putt, which is insane. Get in there. Fuck you. Look how close this is.
I know, within one now.
All right. Tighten it up. Tighten it up.
Tighten up. No, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing, boy? We doing that? Are we doing that? No, we're doing that. We're doing that. Oh, that'll do, pig. Yo, don't you spit out, you fucker.
Oh, you got a birdie. Wow.
Tied it up, son.
Wow.
No.
This is what I break you.
You shouldn't tell me how to do it.
No, it's fine. It makes the matches more interesting.
It does, definitely. All right, 387. Is that a run up or no?
You could, but you don't need to. I don't think I'm going to.
Okay. Yeah, threw it a little bit high. Bit high, bit nose up. Oopsie doodles. Could have been a lot better. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, what is this? That's better.
Dude.
Oh, keeping it interesting.
Oh, Sunny Sons. Whoo. Oh, man. 725 par 4. Yeesh.
Why did it say 60% too late? That's crazy. Yep. And this is fine.
Okay. Okay. You're about 20 feet ahead of me. Maybe more.
Don't hit that tree. Good job. Hit that tree. Oh, good job.
Oh, prevented. I can't run up because I'm in. There's an obstacle in my way.
This is not ideal.
Don't skip into the fucking water. Are you kidding me? That was a perfect shot ruined by the fucking skip. Oh, shit. That just sucked the wind out of my sails, man. An otherwise great shot ruined by a skip into the water. Fuck, one ahead going to the last hole.
Anything could happen on the last hole.
It can indeed, sir. Can indeed. 348.
Cannon in D?
Yes, cannon in D.
Okay. That could have been better.
Are you fucking
That was too
kidding me?
high.
Okay. 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 Come on back. Come on back now. Oh my God.
Is that a birdie? Nice job. Tied up.
Oh, we did. Shit.
It's a tie.
Wow.
I played really bad on a lot of it. I was not very good on
Oh man.
a good bit of it.
Good game, dude. Good game. Double bogue.
GG.
That double bogue. Oof. That was a rough hole, but
GG. That'd be cool if they actually had it where you go into like a putt or
Like a
you know,
playoff? Yeah.
Yeah, and just repeat 1 and 18, 1 and 18 until.
no, ties are good in video games. Said no one ever.
I'm gonna grab my food real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna grab my
Be
balls
right
real
back.
quick.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. If you stop throwing in the water. No, I know, man. I know. That broke my fucking heart, dude. All right, we got. Oh, we did. Oh, they only have. That's right. This is early access. They only have three real courses. We can do a random course with a random layout. Have you and Max tried the Cidercade in Austin yet? No, we have not. No. We have done, there's a bar one called Bucks, I think, or something like that. We've done that one. But we haven't done the Cidercade. That is on our list, though, of ones to do. Put some wind in. Okay. Let's make it all random. Random power, random distance, random difficulty, random wind. No, not yet, Robo Blake. All of our mind and brain power is used up by house selling the house, man. Once that house is sold, oh my God, I'm gonna get so drunk. But as it is right now, not so much. No, even this vacation is gonna feel less like a vacation. It's not really a vacation. We're going to visit family, and that's not technically a vacation, you know, unless you all are meeting somewhere. We're going to where they live, so it's half a vacation. But yeah, as soon as the house closes and you get that money in your account, like, I know it's going towards the next house we buy, but it's still like that part of me is done. My foot that's still in Colorado is gone. And I can focus on living here in Austin. How's Texas been treating me so far? It's great. I like it here. It's just, I mean, the weather's not my favorite, but I'll deal. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, I'll miss the snow, I'm sure. But this will be my first time living someplace that's, you know, hot, humid, close to the ocean. Like, it's just a couple hours to the ocean, which is nice. Or a few. But yeah, no, I'm getting broken in like right in the summer. Like, we moved in June, so like summertime. I'm right here for all of it. I'll be happy when it's, dude, it was so weird going out, visiting the Gonzalez family here in Austin when we lived in Colorado, coming out here in December and, having we went out disc golfing like the day after Christmas. That was crazy to me. I'm like, it's not freezing ass cold and snow on the ground everywhere. Nope. Not here. I mean, it does freeze. It does have snow from time to time, but you know, I'm used to Montana and Colorado. Mountainous snow. Coming to Florida, we'll show you some heat. No, I'm good. I mean, Florida's not actually, it's not, I wouldn't say it's as bad as, because I've been to Florida. It's not as bad as places like the places that are further away from the ocean, like Austin or middle of the, Alabama, Mississippi, those places are just stifling. If we could live by the ocean cools you off a little bit at least. No, that's Domain. That's part of the reason why we moved out here, because we have friends out here, you know?
What's the difference between a pro disc golfer and a large pizza? Large pizza can feed a family. That's a good one. In case Max's chat is listening, the joke was, what's the difference between a pro disc golfer and a large pizza? A large pizza can feed an entire family.
All right. I decided against grabbing my food. I just kind of chomped on it a little bit.
Okay.
It's a burger, and I'm using a controller. That doesn't make sense.
Yep. Okay, we're doing random this time. Random layout, random difficulty, random win.
Alrighty.
Oh my fucking God.
What, not letting you ready?
Nope. I think I closed the lobby. Well,
good thing Max didn't hear that one. Were you talking shit?
Was I talking shit? I don't think so. I might have been.
Just talk shit so often you just can't tell anymore.
Yep.
I'll leave your lobby.
Yeah.
And then join whenever.
9WH N6M.
N6M. Bam.
There you go. There. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't let me ready up. It's weird.
Do. Take it easy, Fast Drake. How we going?
Oh, here
wow.
we go. Yeah, we're getting
strong breeze with rain.
Stormy. Oh, shit balls.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is probably what I would use.
Okay. The wind didn't affect it as much because I didn't do nose up, so should be alright.
Well, yeah, throwing a putter too, you're not going to have it as much of a problem.
Don't hit the tree. Good job.
I didn't.
Good job not hitting the tree.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, what the Wait, is it random, meaning it's going to be this strong breeze the whole thing? Or is it random for every hole?
The whole thing.
Yikes.
This is probably still a good option. I don't know about.
Oh.
Ooh, there's that wind.
Yep. Oh, shit.
little boost, little air
Yep.
boost, little air bounce kind of thing at the end there.
Thank you, Domain, for the gifted sub. Appreciate you.
Wow. I That's
whoa! It picked my shit up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the thing. It's gonna lift it up a little bit. It lifted
It
mine
went
up and hit the van.
woof. Where are we at? Oh, we're still around there? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and go like that.
Okay.
Ooh, this might fuck me. Depending on how the mechanics are. Get over it. Oh, just bounce off. That's fine. Yeah, the wind is definitely makes it interesting. That was too much. I should not have done that. Might still be able to get the
not enough curve.
The par. A little lower. Left to right.
God damn, it's right in my face.
Oh, just drops.
Get in there.
Fucking hell. Birdie, huh? Did you get birdie or?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
That's me, Ezekiel _I. So annoying to say it. Oh, the breeze is blowing it. There you go. Through the. Oh, you hit the leaves. Of course you did, you fucking prick. God damn it, dude. Nice. You bird it out. Bird it out.
This is eagle.
Oh, eagle. Eagle? Oh, shit, it is.
Mhm.
Wow. That was a nice tee shot.
Thank you. Oh.
Keep it nice and low. Low and slow.
I don't know. This one's a little scary.
With that wind blowing right to left, holy shit, it is. Still scary. Oh, fuck me. You gonna make it? And try for it? Obviously.
Maybe.
Dude. I'm glad you got the box, because I'm gonna try and copy that shit.
Oh, fucking wind.
Yikes, that wind, though.
What's the matter? You scared?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared, all right? That's not.
Why? The wind surfed right
I
over.
way overshot it because I was scared it was
Yeah.
going to hit the water. Fuck,
See,
sake,
did you
dude.
100%? Yeah.
Fuck me. I'm going to save. I got to save it for par. Hopefully. Oh. Tree. No! Oh my god. Oh, shit, just par. Just par it out, dude. Just par it out. It's
My
fine.
God.
Just save that par. That was barely there, but we got it. We saved the par.
I'm gonna put the pressure on you.
Goodness gracious. Hey, luck is an absolute thing in disc golf because it's so hard to judge where a kick is going to take you. Sometimes you'll get a good kick, sometimes you get a bad kick, but it's absolutely part of the game. Oh, that might be perfecto.
Wow, nice job. The wind also too is helping you sail up a little bit more, you know, and give you more distance.
Yeah, very true.
But it also can punish sometimes too.
I'm just glad I didn't go in the water.
Strong wind. I haven't played enough in strong wind in this game to know how it like reacts. If it reacts like super realistic, you know, where sometimes it drives it down.
Yeah. So I'm guessing if it's random, whatever it's set with at the beginning, you're gonna get that the whole time.
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh, yep, nope. Wienered it. Nailed. Very nice. Oh, God, I got the fucking hardest putt. Oh, my God, that was better than I thought it was. Better than I thought it was going to be. All right.
Got a stroke.
Yep, gained one on me on that. Oh, these are only 9 holes, huh? Okay.
Yeah, this one's a 9-hole. So it's urgent.
Oh, it's a
for
random
me.
course. This is a 9-hole course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Of course. This is gonna be bad.
That's fine.
Oh, I did. I totally fucking nailed the tree. Totally nailed the tree. Really? Fuck's sake, dude. Sometimes I give the wind way too much credit.
Oh, that one just fucked me out of a bird. Stupid wind just boosted it right at the end. Even without it, might have still hit the band, but it definitely like juiced it at the end.
I will be lucky to get a fucking bogey. I'm not gonna get a bogey.
Music to my ears.
No! Nice kick.
Tree saved your ass.
Jesus.
It'd be funny if it kicked off the tree and then went in.
That would be fucking awesome. Yeah. Bogue. Yikes. Tied it up, man.
Oh,
tied it up going to the last hole.
Alrighty.
Okay.
That wasn't great. It's okay.
I'm gonna hit this fucking tree. I just know it.
Oh, what a favorable bounce. Holy shit. That rock saved my ass.
Not bad.
Pressure's on you.
Yep. You bird?
Yep.
Yep. Means I gotta get it there. I'll have a look. I'll have a look.
You have a look. It's a long putt.
It's a long ass look, though. And that wind is gonna fucking... Oh, it's right in my face, dude. Oh, God, it's shifting. Jesus. Ugh. Nope. Oh. Hit the backy. Hit the backy. Oh, so no one cheers for you in real life. You just got to make it happen for yourself. I get it. All good. Before I let my audience take over my soundboard, I had that shit. Every time I'd say something, I'd have boos like, "Don't you fucking boo me." Oh, Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Pussy.
Oh. Nice. It's always nice to see Pussy get play out there, you know?
Mm-hmm. Good Pussy play. I like the random. The random was fun.
The random's cool.
Yep.
There
we go. Oh, wait. Oh, random course, random layout. Yeah, it's just...
Do you want to see if you get any, unlock any other discs? I don't know if you care.
Oh, you have to back out of the lobby?
Yeah, you can't do it from here.
No, I don't care.
But, okay.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. I ain't fucking around this time. Full effort. Don't
Thank
tell
you,
me
Tara.
it's the same.
I appreciate it.
Is this the same? Is this another 9?
It might be, yeah.
If it's the same 9, I'd maybe change it.
Okay.
Is it random on the course as well?
I'm gonna exit the menu.
Yeah.
Random.
Or you could always just choose a different course, but random everything else.
Yeah, okay.
But then it's not truly random.
Let's do that. Do you want to go to Minoka or Baldur?
Let's do
Man, I'm really excited for when they get more courses.
I have no preference really.
All right, Baldur it is. Oh, you can't do random difficulty though.
Really?
Nope. Yep. Okay.
Let me know when you got a code.
I will. Okay. To the win random. Personal bag. Okay. $8NR HDG. 8 November Romeo Hotel Delta Golf.
Got it.
Okay.
I got them Anthony Barella sunnies on now.
Oh, dude, you got the ABs on. Oh, shit. No one's stopping you now.
Serious. You can't tell what my face looks like. I'm
No.
covering my eyes.
No. You got a shirt like his, too. He likes to wear colorful shirts, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
Okay. So we got some rain. We got a strong breeze. I think this one is good. I think this one is 18.
Yeah, this is. Pretty sure.
Ooh, strong breeze. You going forward or back? Oh, you going... Nice fucking curve. Woo! That's a Butte Clark.
Throwing like AB, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Although he would have put it even further.
Yeah.
For honest.
Yep.
So I just have to commit and hope it does not do anything stupid. That's totally fine.
I'm not even gonna fucking mention what just happened to mine. I fumbled off the run up. I didn't do it in time.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah,
late.
you get it. It takes some getting used to.
Yep.
Higher risk, but high reward, obviously. That's a nice throw. Give it a nice. Ooh, fuck.
Man, I just want to start this all over again. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell, bro. Ugh.
There's a lot of golf to play.
A lot of, yeah. Oh my God. I fucking hate. That's such a shit start, dude.
Ooh, different position for the pole. Look at, for the pin.
Yeah.
It's more off to the right.
Yep.
That's interesting. Okay.
Favorable bounce. Okay. Yeah, match play would be good because then you can fuck up a hole and you don't have to take it with you. Fucking
Hey, I parked
hell.
it. Look at that. I parked
saw
it on
that. That actually happens a lot in this game.
Yeah.
I shot like 3 rounds and it happened like 4 times.
I like that you have to look at my disc on the thing.
All right, we both parred that one. Okay. That wind really carried my shit like way over the pin.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. I am gonna go maybe with some of these new ones. Yeah, let's see what this does.
Uh-oh. I am right. Oh, I get to stand on the rock? Get out of here.
Wow, what a crazy fucking wind boost there and then just ground play.
I did it again. See, I told you. Happens a lot.
It's like it had a sticky pad on there.
Just parked it. Bonk.
How you parked your disc, does it give you extra points or no? No, it's just a silly thing that happens.
Yeah.
This one's always a little rough. A little further pin position too. So maybe because of that.
Oh yeah. I should have clubbed up. Oh, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Tailwind. Ah, just a little more would have been good.
Same. I always root for the underdog, and that's you. You're not wrong. I have not beaten him. Best I've done is tied. Oh, wait, no. I won one, didn't I?
No, you've tied me. I don't think you, chat? Hello?
I think I've won one, I thought. But maybe not.
I believe it was tie.
Yep, there you go. Flip it. Flip. Okay. It could have been worse.
Oh wow, the wind's just gonna hold that, isn't it? Oh, that's a problem. Is that OB? No, it's not. Okay. We can work with this.
Oh, fuck. That win really did a number on it for sure. Oh, nice putt, me. Thanks, me. That was a good putt, me.
Drop. Too much. Bitch. Wow. Wow.
No way you miss it twice.
No.
I'm still 3 back, dude.
Hey, I gotta pretend like you're right on my ass. It's not that far. Especially with the wind, shit can go bad real quick.
Yeah. Trust. I'm aware. I am acutely aware of that.
Holy
I did the same
shit.
fucking thing, but I.
Holy
God damn it!
We're right
Look
next
at
to
us.
each other.
Jesus.
Look at that.
We both had the same exact idea and failed exactly the same way.
That'll work.
Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna try something stupid.
Sounds good.
Okay. Wait. Wonder if that actually will work or not. Okay, I'm not in the. Okay.
Tree helped you out.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Tree.
There you go. Ooh.
Drop it. Drop it.
Got a
Drop
little
it.
squirrely. All right. Okay.
Nice kick. Nice kick.
That's it. Perfect. Holy bullseye.
Are you fucking kidding me again with that shit? God damn it! Man, I thought if it was a dart, it wouldn't carry the wind wouldn't carry it so much. But sometimes it'd be like that. Oh my God! Are you seeing the pin location?
Yeah.
Holy.
Can you cheat and just go to the right? What's OB and what's not?
I think there's a red sign.
Oh, it's Mando. Yeah.
Is it?
Is that for a different hole?
I don't know.
I don't. That's not. Clearly, it's not the intended route, but
I'm gonna try it.
you're gonna try it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me know. You're the brave one. OB?
Rolling. Oh my God! Keep rolling. Oh, it was a beaut, Clark. That was a beaut.
Not OB?
Nope.
Well. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, what the fuck? No. What?
Oh, gee, that was an eagle. Goddamn, it was so close to an eagle. That was so fucking close to an eagle.
Man, mine was dog poo poo.
I hit them.
Yeah, I hit tree.
Yep. Hey, Schreier gifted a sub to Frisbee Dork.
Bang.
There you go. Nice one. Oh, you.
That's cool. It
You
allows you to
birdied
cheat like
that too?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that eagle.
I'm not gonna give you an inch.
No, I thought you had more. I thought you had way more shots than that.
Nope. Oh well. Now just spike to the right for me. Oh yes. Beautiful.
Turn over, turn over, turn over. Turn over. All right. Oh, and now the wind doesn't pick it up. The wind doesn't pick it up now.
Just like real,
Huh?
just like real golf. Just
Fucking
like real
wind
golf.
doesn't pick it up now, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
I've thrown it over the fucking basket 5 times in a row with the same wind, and it doesn't even pick it up this time.
Just like real life.
Fucking garbage.
When you need
dude.
it to pick up and you compensate and you make the correction, it's like, no. That has happened to me so many times in real life. Actually, you know what? I would rather, yeah, I'm gonna go with this.
Oh my god.
It's pretty good. Stay in bounds. Thank you.
Oh man. Tree leaves. Fucking leaves.
This would suck to play in real life for real though. This would be the worst.
Oh, I thought I had a putter. I must have, but I fucking wowzers. Pathetic showing from yours truly here.
Ooh, good try.
You fucking dickhole. You dickhole.
You fucking dickhole. Dripping with lament and hate. So much hate. Hmm. Oh wow! The wind just caught that and fucked
Isn't
me.
there
Did
a
I get back
rule?
in
The more you,
bounds? I think I did.
the more you swear, the better you get. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah. All right, this is a very telling one now for us. We need is some shit to happen, and we will make it happen when we go like that. Not too much, like this probably.
Oh, nice floater, dude.
Cut hard, please. Really hard, and then the wind, give it a little push. Well, that's not enough. Nice bird.
Thank you.
I am not getting a birdie. I am playing for Parsi. I'll take it.
Yep.
My initial one was fucked. It really screwed up my tee shot and just took it to the right.
Fuck, man. 6 strokes to make up on? Fuck's sake.
302. What's over there? Okay.
Oh, wow. That
it
ended
could've
up
been
being
better.
okay, but I let go way too early.
Almost. Holy shit.
I
Nice
saw
bird.
that. Da-donk donk.
Hey, you catching some strokes? A little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Time for a turkey.
Yeah, that would be stupid. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, too much wind. Too much wind, not enough action. It's a pretty stable disc there. Oh, balls.
Doink.
Not gonna catch up by getting pars. No, this random is wonderful. I like the wind. I like dealing with that shit. It's great.
Yeah, it creates a good difficulty.
Are you gonna turn over?
Yeesh.
Oh my God! Thank you, tree. Closer than I thought. Yeah, closer than you think. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! I hit the leaf over my head? Fuck off, dude.
Be the ball, Danny. Be the ball.
Oh man, they made this one even. Ugh. You know what?
There you go. Low, low, low. Get a good skippy. Okay. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Oh, could have been better. Could have been yours. Fucking hell. Nope. Just laying it up, I guess.
It was like a dead fucking hockey puck when I threw it.
Yep. Yep. Thank you, Andrew. With the Caddyshack quote, be the ball. Can you do the no 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 no? Yeesh, that is a big ask.
Ugh, bad. It's not what you wanted.
Nope, me neither.
Jesus, this is fucking terrible.
I hit a leafer again.
Wow, that was actually a really good recovery.
Top of the hill. Oh, come on. Just clear it and bounce, you fuck. I don't even have a shot at it, huh?
Death putt.
Ah. Damn it.
Yeah, the arrow is the wind direction. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your money.
Yikes,
though.
dude.
I do appreciate your money.
You're just better at everything
what?
than me.
So let's start.
Terrible. Terrible thing to live with, man.
Huh. What do I want? I really don't want to hit OB there, so I am going to go like that. Yeah. See, exactly what just happened to you. That's what I did not want to have happen to me.
Oh my God, it bounced under the fence. Beautiful. Perfect. He's not taller than you? Yeah, he is.
Holy shit, this fucking throw nuked. Holy shit. I just threw it 627 feet.
Jesus.
Way over where I needed. Yeah. Yeah, well, at least you got him on height.
Yeah. Could be worse. Your nose could be gushing blood.
Nobody can take that away from you. Oh, wow. That's terrible. What a simple putt to screw up. I bogeyed.
Yeah, I doubled. Rough hole. Oh yeah, he's got a few inches on me, and he's taller. I see what you did there. That's good. That's good.
That was funny. Oh wow, that was pretty bad.
Whoops. Fumbled.
Oh
I'm gonna
man, this
rethrow
is
it.
scary to throw here. Fucking hell. You know, you could get across maybe easier though, because it is.
And yep. Stop rolling, you're out of bounds. No way you're coming back in bounds.
This is a bad angle. We're not getting across. Yeah, we're crashing into the water. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. It's all right, though. We're going to get a miracle par save right here. Oh, my God. Fuck you. Just get across. Thank you. And you bounced out of bounds. Holy shit, how many strokes? This might actually be a problem.
No, I fucked it all the way up. So you got a bunch of leeway, dude. You're good. You're real good.
That was a lot. Look at that. Look where.
Yep. Yep. Both pinks. Wowzers.
Wow. That was terrible.
That was a double pinky.
Yeah, that was rough.
All right, I got one more in me if you want to do one more.
Sounds good.
All right. I like the random though. It's fun. Keeps it
Sure.
exciting.
Damn, I wish I could have caught this when it was live. Good news.
Hey. Hey.
Good news. Good news, Mega. This is live. Watch, they've already left.
No, the funny thing is I have an emote on my channel that says today is a rerun. I get it a lot now. Is this live?
This is live.
Yeah.
But don't you usually have it in your title that it's a rerun?
Yes. Every time. Big bold letters. First caps lock letters rerun. No one pays attention. No one cares. No one reads.
I wonder if the random will ever give us like decent and not storming.
Maybe.
Unlikely.
Thank you, Soul Slicer and Cerber. Appreciate
I
you
love
guys.
reruns.
I don't appreciate that.
Are you eating?
Me?
Yeah.
I hit A.
You did?
I'm stuck at green. I might have broke.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm gonna alt it 4 out.
Okay.
I really hope they make a course creator for this. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
There's another disc golf game that eventually I have to get you to try. It's not as good as this one in terms of the mechanics and stuff and just like being like more visually realistic, but it's still, they have a lot more discs. And I think that one is going to give you a course creator. That could be cool.
Yeah. No, I love to play
That's still
some
a good
courses
one.
that people create. That'd be cool. All right. Hotel Romeo Delta Bravo 6 Bravo.
Hotel Romeo Delta Bravo 6 Bravo. Boop. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Let's go.
Ring up them turns.
Oh, it's bright green again. Oh, there we go. Oh, kicked me out. It was
Moderate.
bright green and then it kicked me out.
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I will get it eventually, but
Can you rejoin the code or no?
Are you in game?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can just join in the game. Just out of curiosity.
Delta Bravo 6 Bravo. I don't think you can, but I'm able to join.
Nope. Okay. Oh, I like this one too. It was nice, calm wind.
Yeah. Well,
But-
if you wanted so much, you could always just set it.
No, I like that it was random. It randomly gave us a nice day.
No. I bet this is you. I'm just joining.
I'm creating a new session. Sometimes it even messes up creating the session. Did the first time. There we go. Let's see.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Please, don't. For the love of God. Now it's not reading my controller. What the fuck?
Well, the first letter is M as in Mancy.
As in Mancy.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think it's reading my controller now. Back, lobby. All right. M as in Mancy.
Yep. Mike Bravo Lima. Foxtrot Bravo Mike.
No numbers?
Nope. Well, your character model's not there.
It's just connecting.
Oh.
What day is today? Oh, it's not Tuesday. We're gonna say
Nope.
if it was Tuesday, I'd be like Steam maintenance. It's not connecting. I can always try to host, I suppose. I'm kind of stuck in connecting now. Oh, okay.
Can you try again?
Sure.
Mike Bravo Lima. Foxtrot Bravo Mike.
Just to be clear, MBL FBM.
Yep. Looks like the same shit's happening. I see your name, but not your character.
Have you restarted the game?
Nope.
Let's both restart the game.
Okay. Thanks for playing. For disc golfers, by disc golfers. No, I'm actually kind of impressed at how well they've done. There's a couple of little things, but for the most part,
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's by far the best like disc golf playing game that I've played. And I've played some other ones that were pretty cool, but this one, it's also better looking than a lot of the other ones.
yeah, agreed.
The closest disc golf adaptation to like, akin to like a 2K PG, PGA 2K26 or whatever,
Yeah.
Feels more like that quality. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, creating the session.
Like that, that bird you hear,
Throw those
or the
discs
sound
big
in
boy.
like the woods.
God damn it. I was disconnected from my own session.
Maybe I try.
Okay.
Create lobby, random, and then
Yep. Random win. Personal
personal
bag.
bags, random wind, private, random, personal. Got it. Creating session. Maybe they're having server issues. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know enough of the phonetic. Delta.
Yeah.
WW.
Whiskey.
Roger.
Romeo.
Whiskey.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are. Well, there you
Bingo.
are. Okay, cool.
Ready to go.
Roger.
Yeah. Roberto.
Roberta.
Mancy.
Hey,
look,
we got a nice day. Gentle breeze. Now we're disc golfing.
705 feet. Holy moly.
Ooh, boy. It's specimen blue.
I think I have to go that way. Yeah. Okay. I don't have to do anything, but
I think it could be worse.
oh man,
it's
so
pretty bad.
It's worse. It's worse for me.
Pretty bad.
You're pinched probably with the trees. At least I got some options, I guess, in that regard. Alrighty, let's do this.
Oh, can't do a run up.
%36% too.
Oh.
Best I'm gonna get is a par here. I'm playing for par.
Oh yeah, me too. Nosed it up a little too much.
Oh, that's pretty. Good recovery.
Oh,
bad couple throws. Best you're gonna be doing is bogey, bitch.
Bird.
Never mind, you got a par.
Or par.
I thought you missed a par putt. Oh my god, it's 666.
Uh-oh.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Clap like
man,
that.
I don't know about a run up.
You say, Shank. No, game. That's kind of what I wanted. Didn't want to hit those trees. Didn't want to tickle those trees, but. Oof.
This is gonna be bad. I know it.
Oh man. You know what? I'm not
There you
willing
go.
to
There you
take.
go. That's all right. That's all right. That's actually great. Okay. 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 Not bad.
Fuck.
That is a lot of blue. A lot of blue. Man, they want me to go 295 feet. Okay, we're over. That's all we care about. We're over, right? We're over. We're over. Don't. God fucking kidding me, dude! It was on and then it fucking bounced out.
Well, that's all right. I fucked up. Check this out, though. It's gonna be crazy good. Ready?
I'm seeing it.
That's fine.
That's pretty good.
No
Pretty
par
good.
though. This is gonna be a bogue. We'll make up for it on the end.
Okay.
Or a lot of golf. There is a lot of golf. I'm not panicking. You're panicking.
Oh, thanks, Fingo. I appreciate it.
All right, reset. Mental reset. I don't know what they said, but I appreciate it too. Yeah, that ought to do it. Oh yeah, good ground play too. Those mushrooms look too perfect.
Man, right, just behind you.
Don't fuck up your putt.
God damn it, I'm gonna now. Ooh, that was bullseye.
Nice,
Right
perfect.
on target.
Right on the stripe.
Stay on target.
Enjoy the box while you have it, bitch.
It is kind of weird that they don't let you have the box. Like, it doesn't matter because you're, you know,
Yeah.
playing from the same.
Cut.
There you
Don't
go.
hit the tree. Well, that's hitting the tree.
Sheesh.
Be a tough putt for me. Very tough putt. Holy shit.
Nope.
Stand still.
There.
Oh, that would have been amazing if I would have hit that. With a
There
blind
we
putt,
go.
too. Best I could do with par was what I had. I was behind on the angle, had completely no sight on the basket. Well, you're starting good.
Yeah, I know. That's what worries me.
How do you finish? That's the thing, isn't it?
Okay.
Of course.
No,
This is just
might
this
have got
is
saved by
awful for
by
me
some
right now.
leaves. I might have got
This is
saved
some
by some
fucking
leaves.
dicks for me right now.
This is straight dicks. Oh, what a fucking shit bounce through the fence. You fucking cunt, you.
Get in there. Oh, okay.
Drift. Yeah. Had to get over that fucking fence, man. All right, got to save the par.
I don't even know if I parred. I think I might have bogeyed. No, it might have been par.
No, I can see it as bogey.
Oh, okay, well, eat shit. Miss.
Okay. God damn you!
You deserve that with
you
your
fucking
little,
asshole.
You deserve what you got with your little. Nah, I can see it's par. Nah, you fucking sucked.
I didn't. I
Actually,
wasn't
fucked
being.
up.
I wasn't being snarky. I was telling you the
Said
fucking
everything.
truth. I
The
can see it
tone
on my.
said far more than what your words said. Yeah, it's a piece of shit, actually.
It actually is pretty bad. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, these trees are terrible.
If you don't fear them, it's fine.
Don't fear the treepers.
Yeah, I'll take that all day. Get back to form, all right? Yeah, that's good. Ground play should be good if it settles. That's a little more than I wanted. See what the look looks like. It's not great. It's not. Well, this is better. Okay. We can do that. Beautiful. Better birdie.
I think I'll be all right. Oh, I made. Not
I'm gonna laugh.
Not gonna give it to me.
Fuck this up.
Not gonna give it to me.
It's too
Apparently.
close. You got this. Or do you? Just a quick band. Bonk.
Bonk. Ping. God, I hate that sound.
All right, pretty simple guy here. Should be something like that. And
Break. More ground play. Okay. Let me a little bit of work on the putt.
yeah, this isn't
Where
great for
are
me.
you?
I'm over here. This is not a great spot.
There you are. I see you. Hold on. I'm gonna putt.
Woo! Close. Good attempt.
Oh man.
Yeah, I blew on it.
That's not allowed.
Yeah, I blew on it. Got your ass.
I was wondering what you're doing for a second, and I was like, oh, he's blowing on my disc.
Fucking got him, dude. You gotta watch out.
Ooh, man. This is a rough angle.
Doable. It's not a great look, actually. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, that actually ended up being pretty good.
Too much. Stop. Stop. Okay.
Oh my God! Why? Fuck.
It could be worse. Don't worry. It could be worse for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Holy shit. You gotta sky that thing to get it. Yeah.
My God.
Oofda.
Can I get in between these?
That fucking lie. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not great, if I'm honest. Still got work to do.
Yep. That was a rough lie, dude.
Yeah. Put this one in and be done with it.
There you go.
All right. Enough of this.
Enough of this. You winning.
Okay.
Hmm.
Sit. Thank you.
Not even close to what I was going for, but whatever. Whoa.
Nice.
Just over the water. Oh my fucking God. And then of course. Oh. Not, hey, I heard you like rocks and trees. Do you like rocks and trees?
I don't. What? How the fuck did that happen?
What'd you do?
You got lucky, dude. That's some bullshit. Wow, and you're gonna hit a fucking birdie?
Nope.
That's some fucking
Par.
bullshit.
I went in the water.
Oh, this is par?
Dude. Yeah,
well,
I
that's still bullshit. It's still bullshit. I should have caught a stroke on that shit. That was bull.
Nope, I went into water. It bounced off the rock and went straight into the drink.
That was the opportunity that I needed. All right. Stupid fucking leaves just took all the goddamn momentum. Yeah. Brother, that thing held the line like crazy. I do not know that disc enough. I probably shouldn't have thrown that.
Did not turn over at all. Are you fucking... I parked it. God damn it.
Can't catch up with pars. This is bullshit. It's all right. 3 back. Plenty of golf.
Plenty of golf left. Plenty. Oh,
There will be a separator. This might be it.
Okay.
This is gonna go B. Sit. Damn it. Fuck!
Oh.
That was a nice shot. That was a really nice shot.
Oof.
You got birdie coming up?
No, I went OB.
No.
Yep, I did the same exact thing. It was in and it skipped out.
I don't know if these are real courses, Finn.
I'm not adding to the lead though, which is really distressing.
So I'm just waiting for you to crap up. It's inevitable.
Whoa, you fucker. 3 feet from the water. God damn.
Please don't go in the water. Okay, well, that's the water. Great. Fantastic. It's just not happening for me right now.
Oh, that was... Okay. Okay. Little work to do. I don't believe that. That was...
Love that.
It was targeted right in the fucking center of the basket. It was targeted right in the center of the fucking basket.
Mirroring each fucking hole.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Wow, that was some good ground play. Don't you dare hit that fucking tree. A little more oomph than I wanted, but whatever.
Fuck you. I really wanted you to fuck up on that one.
Wimp, wimp, wimp.
Bump, bump, bump. Interesting. Okay. It's a toughie.
Okay. Dude.
This game was super fun. It is. Super fun.
All right. Should be a bird. Should be a bird.
Wow, that was terrible.
What the f...
Can't catch a break, dude.
Gotta remember, downhill, uphill. Huge difference in height on the target of the basket. Huge difference.
Jesus, this disc. I do not know this. You deserve to win. I'm playing terrible, dude. I'm making really bad choices, using discs I shouldn't be using. Ones I'm not familiar with.
Am I gonna... I'm not gonna hit this fucking tree, am I? I shouldn't.
You're probably fine.
Oh, thank Christ.
Nice putt.
Yeesh.
The separator. It's impossible for me to win now unless you, like, really fuck up.
Oh, buddy. Have I got news for you? You're talking to the king of fuck-ups here. Oops. Not a big oops, but an oops nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a mistake. One of many.
Oh, well.
Really could use that. That's a GG.
Well, we ain't done yet, homie. We got 2 holes left. I have definitely fucked this. Oh, we got a Mando too.
Please sit. Okay, could have used without all that extra play at the end there. Of course, this is my look.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Ooh, bullseyed. Almost bullseye.
I had a wonderful throw, and then it just skipped all the way past the hole, fucking me over any chance of a birdie. Let's try and get even at least.
All right, water. Here I come.
What? 100% too late fumbled? Eat a dick. That is not what I did. Game's like, there's no fucking way you're winning this, by the way. We're making sure.
Oh, fucking 2 feet snuck under the out of bounds. Oh, wow. Oh, that was oh my God, that's OB2?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, dude.
Doesn't matter because I'm playing really bad too anyways.
Oh, so it is one of the islands you got to land on.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I'm just chucking them. I don't even care anymore.
I hit the bricks, pal.
Go ahead, go B again. Perfect. And then who gives a shit?
Man, it does feel better to be on this side of it. It really does. It's nice.
It's more annoying because it was your last game, so I'm like, well, I don't even get a chance at coming back.
Hold on. Let me check something real quick, and I'll come back. Okay, so just sit tight for a second.
Okay. This is where he gets up and dances around silently. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I just made a bunch of bad decisions, from disc choices to angles to everything, really. Did not play like me. It's a good win, though. Front 9 wasn't bad? Nah, it was still bad compared to the way I usually play, especially in those conditions, because those weren't like hard to play. I was playing better in fucking crazy conditions. Maybe because it forced me to think about my shot more. I don't know.
Katie said I could play one more.
Yay! Good of you to give me another shot.
I know. I want to give you a chance to whoop my ass because that's status quo, and I know you don't like it when the status quo is off.
Well, who does?
7:05.
They gave us another, kind of chill day, so that's good.
Yep.
All right, I am. I'm gonna go over here, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Committing to the line.
That's okay.
No.
Okay, I don't mind that. Good look.
And we're starting horrible. Hit a tree. Perfect. It's just like an extension of last round.
That is gonna drift. And it's gonna drift hard. Into the logs. Oh, behind the logs. Oh, good. Thank you. Perfect. Fucking right behind a fucking tree. Beautiful. Yep. Just gonna lay it up. Oh, thank Christ. I was so scared of that
Go
OB.
in? Oh. It's crazy that I'm getting apart from where I started, so at least I'm recovering well.
You started it. Say it like Christopher Walken. Like what you just said. Say it like Christopher Walken.
What?
You said it's crazy. And it sounded like like
crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
That I am where I am from where I started.
It tickles me. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I was a fan first, and then I became a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Okay. Yep. Trying something a little weird, but it's gonna work out. Yeah, baby. Oh, I wanted that way closer to the water, though.
Yeah, I would have liked it if you didn't hit the trees. That would have been great.
Oh my god.
Well, this is terrifying.
$358 feet. There's no fucking way I'm making it over the water. Especially with the fucking wind in my face. No.
This should do it, actually. Hard cut at the end would be great.
Did you run up?
Yes. This death putt for birdie, well. Give it a tiny bit. Like a little meep. Just a little. Actually, that was probably the worst thing I could have done. Holy shit.
And it did not cut at all.
Wow, dude. I should have just played that safe.
Wow, the wind took that. 431 feet.
That's the lesson. Play it tactical, sir. Don't get cute.
Yep.
See, that is the ground play I should have played for.
Exactly what I wanted to do.
I'm gonna go, I think, like this.
Okay, there we go.
That was way too nose up. That was not good. That was very bad, actually.
Oh, brilliant. That's a real beaut.
Enjoy your bird.
Thank you. It wanted to spit out, dude. So every once in a while, Scott has a joke that I really appreciate, because he, you know, basically he just comes up and brainstorms when he's modding for me. Brainstorms like shit to make me feel bad. This is a good one. Ready? Has it been hot in Texas? You know they say it's 10 degrees cooler in the shade, so your dick must be pretty cooled off from the shadow of your gut. So you got that going for you.
Very nice.
Yeah, I gotta say, kind of impressed by that.
Oh, goddamn time. That would be funny if they added the realism of you having, oh wow, ace?
Oh.
Jesus, what a nice throw. If they add the realism of, like, yeah, you have to go find your disc where you can throw.
Yeah, you gotta like stomp around in the
like
fucking
a hard
brush.
mode.
Yeah.
Never should have taught you things.
Yeah, Varder, we're amateurs ourselves. Like I've probably been out like how many times? Because I've only been out with you like a dozen times.
You haven't even hit a dozen, I don't think.
No. But yeah, we do this and actually Max hit me to this game. He's like, yeah, there's a disc golf game that's pretty good.
I think I'm just gonna go like that. And pray it does not put me in the water. Don't go in the water. Get through. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I hit a tree. Or hit a leaves. Hit a leaves.
I hit a leaves. I hit a leaves. And now I'm starting to make wiser choices.
Okay.
That would have been nice to get a little more, but whatever.
This is where you catch up, buddy.
Ideally, that would be great.
Yeah.
Woo! No bird. Good run, though.
Oh, are you sailing left? You're sailing left. Oh, you fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. You don't
I
know
like what I'm hearing. I got to tell you, I'm really enjoying what I'm hearing right now. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. That is not great. You're like, it's a wall. There you go. You got a little something now. Good recovery.
Okay. Save the bogey.
Good recovery.
Save the fucking bogey. God damn,
That's what we
dude.
like to hear. We got a stroke.
I hope so.
We got a stroke.
I don't fuck this up. There we go. All right.
Love
yep.
it.
One down.
Love it. Oh, love it.
You don't have to love it so much. Jesus.
I do, though. I really do.
God damn. It's like you got a blowjob. Like, I love it. Oh, I love it.
Hold on a second. Anyways, I don't know if you know. I like it.
Oops. Hold on.
Yeah.
No. I don't know why I did that.
50% too late. Eat my ass.
I'm gonna fade a little bit. Boink, boink, boink. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, heart of Gassy got a voice of gold and a heart of coal.
Wow. Just sailed right past it. Might be okay, though. I don't know. Probably not, actually.
Around the tree. There you go.
Wow, almost got in.
Break a little bit. Okay, good kick. There you go. Good kick.
Good kick.
Good kick.
Is par or bird?
No, I'll let you know when I get the birdie.
You bitch.
I know.
Okay. That was way too soft. What the fuck? Holy. My reads are just like really
missed
bad
everything.
right now.
Can't believe I missed everything. Oh, Farfig Nukin.
That was an excellent recovery shot. Proud of myself there. Didn't give up.
I'm proud of you too.
That means nothing.
I wish I could have said that to my dad. It means nothing. Your approval means nothing. I'm lying. It means everything. Oh, shit. This fucking trees, though.
Now dive back. Yes. Good skip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Damn, I just did not know what to do with that one. You got a great tee shot.
Take it. The Hail Mary.
Yeah. Okay. You gained one. Good job.
Trying.
Yeah, I always love that. One of my favorite lines for Rick and Morty. Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you
I've seen
applaud.
what makes you cheer. Yeah,
Cheer, yeah,
I've seen
that's
what
what
makes
it
you
was.
cheer, yeah. That's a problem. Okay.
Oh. Oh my god, it right on the beach. That ended up being great. I thought I was dead. Thought I was dead. Nope. Still, yep, too much kick.
Ooh.
Damn. Oh, that was still a bird. Oh, I didn't go in the water.
You still used to go in the water.
No, I'm used to going in the water on that hole several times, if not, you know. If not more than several.
Yeah, a little late on that. Would have been good to get the extra distance, but that's okay.
Yeah. I didn't do it either. I didn't do a good. I didn't do a good.
No good done by you, did.
I'm gonna hit trees. I'm gonna hit so many trees. There's no way around it. There's too many guardians.
Just do what I did. Sneak by.
Oh, hey. Not bad. I think I gotta look.
Uh-oh. I don't know if it's better on the left here or the right. I'm just gonna try this and hope for the best. Get in. Oh, the trees. Yep. Okay. Trees fucked me. Or the leaves. Don't hit those leaves. Whatever you do. Don't do it.
I'm gonna. Oh!
Wow.
Oh man.
Well, you deserved that.
Just
That was a
squeaked it
nice
through.
That was a nice lace through. That was good. I was fucked though because I was right up on it. You know what I mean? There was no like getting around it. I was gonna hit him.
Yep.
For sure.
Oh, this one. OB all the way around.
All right.
As far as the eye can see.
This should be okay. And it is.
Mom, do your mom. There you go. Good job, Mom.
Where'd you end up? Sounded like right next to me.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. Hey, you want to... Oh, no! Did you hear... Oh.
What happened?
My connection. No connection or not signed into Steam. Please restart the application. Oh, no, it went back. It retracted it. Okay. Weird.
Are you here?
No, it gave me an error message. Like,
oh, okay.
Like I disconnected, but it reconnected. So that's nice.
Good job, technology. Ooh. Gotta sit.
Fuck.
Ooh.
There you go, buddy.
Still down one.
Oh, you had a brief DC from a Steam game as well? Okay. Might have been Steam wide or something. That'll do. Okay. Gotta look at it.
I should have run up.
Oh, the wind was supposed to pick it up. What the fun?
What the fun?
The wind was at my back, but if it's in your face, then it pops it up. If it's at your back, it just makes it go faster. So,
Unless you nose down, putt.
Yeah.
Unless your nose is down a little bit, then it'll drive it down on the ground. What the fun?
Okay. So what are you... Oh my god. I love it. Scott tries to say lingo sometimes. So what are you rocking in your bag? You rocking that Innova Destroyer? I'm a Wraith guy myself. And yes, of course I looked it up. Why would I know this stupid shit? No, I don't know the actual like names of them, but I know the brand names. I have a trail that I use for driving. I have a dart that I use for putting, so on and so forth.
This fucking tree, dude. Seriously.
Yeah. Really?
Ain't getting birdie. Not with that shit. How goes for you?
I got a weird one. Because it won't let me, like, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it won't let me step out with my right foot so I can do a forehand.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad.
That's nice. That was really good, actually.
Yeah.
Just gotta sit.
Oh, you fucking
puts you right where I went.
You fucking
That's right where I
child.
was.
Right behind
Enjoy.
the, right
Enjoy.
behind
Well,
the,
no, you're close enough though where you can step out to the side. I was
Yeah.
further back, so it really fucked me.
Yeah.
Even when I looked either way.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Your little separator there. Well, shit. This is gonna be tough.
What up, Jugger? Life's good, buddy.
Have to use all my cunning.
All of my cunning. Hey, buddy.
It's a friendly bounce.
I don't know why they're having me do a putter from there. That's weird. Nice putt.
Thank you. Running out of holes to play.
Where have I heard that before? Oh, last night in your bed. Sorry.
Gross.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no.
Hit a little bit of the tree, but that's okay. That's okay. Hey, that's a good. Hey, good look. Good look. Good look. Dude, that one tip you gave me has changed my fucking game.
I know. He's a game changer.
That it? Yep, there you go. Tighten it up to 1.
A lot of golf. A lot of golf play. Alright, I fucked this one up pretty much every time. I'm not doing it this time. We're not throwing it the same way we've done before. We're gonna be smart. We're gonna go like this. And play to the shot shape. Yep. That's better. Not as good as yours.
Oh, rolled out.
Oh wow, what a fucking shitty lie this is. This is this is bad. I would love to have what you have over there.
There we go.
Terrible. Ugh. Because I could do though with that lie. Don't you hit this putt.
Ooh, gonna hit that putt. I'm gonna hit that putt. I'm gonna hit that putt,
bitch.
then hit that butt.
You bitch. You better be perfect on these, all right? You better be perfect on these last two.
God, your fucking chirping is top notch, man. It really is, because you really get in my head. I'm not kidding. Like you better be perfect on these. Perfect, I'm saying.
perfect. Oh man, that's what happened last time. It was a good throw, and then it just sailed to the left.
Oh, drop. Oh, stop. Okay. Shut him down, open up shop. Yikes. Okay, we're good. We're good. We got this.
Wow.
Oh,
congrats
that's
on your win. Congrats on your win.
fucking heartbreaker, dude. I don't
Good
wanna,
of you to give me another game.
I don't like.
But next time.
I don't like that. That was a good putt.
But next time, Gadget.
No, that was Transformers. That voiceover guy voice you just did, that was so like on the planet of Cybertron.
No, I didn't fully commit to. I'll get you next time.
No, I know.
Gadget.
The non-full committal was Transformers. Like that's what it was. It was great. It gave me chills.
Before time began, that's way too much.
Now I'm overshooting it. All right.
Before time began,
Yeah.
there was the cube,
etc. Now here, you better be perfect here.
I hate you.
Oh no.
No, we're fine.
No, you're fine. Are you?
Oh no! Get out of the fucking fountain! In the fountain? Are you serious?
No. Set. Good.
Oh, you fucking son of a bitch. That was so close. Oh my god, and you gotta make it too. Gotta get it on the green.
Skip over. Damn it.
Don't. Does this have enough air?
Holy shit.
It does not. Not even close.
It's all right. I'm really fucking all this up, so not a big deal for you.
I saw that. That was was a beaut, Clark.
Oh, whatever. I'm so over it, dude.
No.
So just tap it in.
Stop! Ah,
You're not even close. Don't worry. I'm plus. It's 9 right now. It's a stroke of 9. If I actually like locked the fuck in there, I probably could have won, but I did not.
That hole is fucking hard though, bro.
It's tough, yeah. But if you execute it perfectly, I should have just played for par. Probably would have been much better.
Yep.
All right. Well, good job. GG. Thanks for playing another one.
Absolutely, dude. That was a lot of fun. I love that. We should do that again.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your night.
What are you playing?
Catch you later. None of your business. No. No. I think we're playing some of the Mound. It's me, Burke, Cream, and Cletus.
Oh, okay.
Which is like a 4-player. You're like kind of conquistador sort of stuff, like going into. You're looking for treasure and stuff like that, but also, like there's Cthulhu shit happening, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like the game plays tricks with you and will fuck with your like sanity and all that, and
Pretty cool. Sounds fun, dude.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. I'm going on vacation too, so
take it easy. Have a good one. Have a good
see you
trip.
when I get back. See you later, buddy. Bye-bye. God damn it. I thought I turned those sounds off. Son of a bitch. I hate those sounds. Anyways. All right. That is going to do it for me. I will be back tomorrow for a half stream. Going to play some more. We're going to play Moss. Because we got a sponsor stream of Moss. Playing that tomorrow. And then we'll do some more High on Life. And then I'll be on vacation until next Thursday. So, thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys had a good time. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.